Hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. So, today we are going to continue with the Alphascape, or rather Omega Raids, to be more specific. And we basically have 4 quests, I believe it is, left. Those basically being the ones that unlock the Alphascape raids. And we also have, as you can see here, the Magitech terminal that's gonna allow us to get the Sicknesscape, I believe. Savage raids. I guess we can go ahead and just do that one, since I'm pretty sure it's just the cutscene again.
Good evening, valued employee. Thank you always for your tireless efforts. As part of the Savage Initiative, we bring you Phase 2 of our Mending Melodies selection, a composition designed to rejuvenate both body and spirit. The song brings to mind a gentle sea, the ebb and flow of the tide, a rhythmic balm upon the exhaustion of your soul. As with our first installment, we sought the cooperation of the same illustrious minstrel. For this piece, it seems he has drawn inspiration from his recent visits to the Far East. Now, close your eyes and float upon a calm ocean of music. Let your worries be carried away by the waves as they swell and recede, swell and recede. Clear your mind, and allow new vistas to unfold. Hear, feel, and ponder their mysteries.
Taking this game Savage. Thanks. And then we just need to talk to Jesse. In the beginning, there was chaos.
Good timing, Shauna. There's been another anomaly detected at the Yawn. Assuming previous instances are anything to go by, this energy fluctuation is another of Omega's called invitations. If you don't mind waiting a moment or two, then we can discuss things with Master Garlund. He should be here soon. Humph. The chief should be here by now. I bet my stock in the company he's fiddling with that research data. Well, I suppose I should explain, even if the chief might prefer me not to share. After your last run-in with Omega, Master Garlund had some research notes smuggled in from the Empire. From Garlemald. The notes are part of Midas Nan Garlund's legacy, who was, of course, the chief's father and the Empire's preeminent engineer. The incident at Bozja Citadel, do you know of it?
No. Never heard of it.
Bozja was an imperial fortress city. It was there that Midas constructed the lunar transmitter, a device built to communicate with Dalamud. Emperor Solus had ordered Midas to devise a means to destroy primals, and so he sought to harness the power of the Red Moon. The project was a failure. Oh, he succeeded in controlling Dalamud all right, but the immense energies emitted from the satellite vaporized not only the transmitter, but the entire town in which it was built. And as you can imagine, the job of sifting through the rubble afterwards was no pleasant task. Master Garlund was slated to assume his father's position as head engineer, but this disaster, added to his opposition to the Empire's path of conquest, convinced him to abandon his homeland. The chief has wanted nothing to do with the lunar transmitter, or the data used to create it. Until now. I think he means to put that research to use in your conflict with Omega. In fact, given the time frame, there can be no other explanation. Listen to me, Shauna. The chief's genius is plagued by a great deal of apprehension. But even so, once he makes a decision, he doesn't do things by halves. When the time comes, he'll come through for us. You have...
They skipped that dialogue.
Sorry I'm late. Was a little too focused on my work, and lost all sense of time.
That's no excuse, Chief. What have I told you about being punctual to staff meetings? In any case, I've shared the situation at the Yawn with Shauna here.
Good, then you know that Omega is likely ready to continue with its tests. Shall we go and knock on the door?
But, Chief, Biggs and Wedge aren't fit for field work yet. And the chirurgeon's given Nero strict orders to stay abed.
And what of Midgard Sormer? Still taking his nap, is he?
That leaves only you, Shauna, and Alpha. Maybe it's time I joined the expedition.
No, Jesse, I need your talents elsewhere. There's a half-built device in the workshop that I need you to finish putting together. I've drawn up the design, and completed the core mechanisms. The final assembly should pose no problem for an engineer of your abilities.
A new device? Does this mean you used the... Ahem. Whatever you say, Chief. I'll have it ready and waiting for you. Just be safe in there.
Right, it's back to the rip for us. Let's finish these experiments, and bring the fight to Omega itself.
Okay. Alright, so as far as the strategies for the different raids go, I've actually gone ahead and looked those up before the stream so I don't have to like sit and read them out loud. So yeah, I kind of have a general idea of how most of the bosses work. I think the first one has like different phases that I think it was like a fire, wind, earth, and water phase where it's like two of those are like combined. I don't remember the exact combination of them. And depending on certain attacks, the boss will do certain things. That's more or less what I remember at least. Then the second boss has, like the one in B2, has like some attacks that don't have any like cast bars. It's just based on like whether the boss like does some flips or spins around. And depending on what sort of combination, if it's like two flips or two spins or a flip and a spin or a flip or a spin and flip at the same time, it'll basically do different attacks. The third one, I'm kind of blanking on what exactly there was with that one fully. There was like a large, more than 180 degree attack would happen. And the last one, there was like one, like it's basically a boss where there's like two bosses at some point. And it looks like there's more stuff down there now. But yeah, I believe there was something like one of the enemies has like a knockback that can like send you off the platform that you're fighting on, which kills you instantly, so you need to be careful of that.
Shauna?
Okay.
There's no room for hesitation. We press on, come what may. What about you, Alpha? All set to go? Quay. That's the spirit. Let's dive right in, shall we?
It doesn't look like we have another thing where we need to like run and fight a bunch of enemies.
We're missing some test worlds. Omega's experiments must be nearing an end. Welcome. Your arrival has been highly anticipated. And I will confirm your earlier supposition, my experiments have indeed reached the final stage. Of the 89 test subjects I trialed, 4 Psi group combatants emerged victorious. Of those 4, further conflict determined the strongest among them. This surviving specimen shall be your opponent. We've come to the last round of testing, then. And should we win this battle? Are we to finally face you in combat? Affirmative. Such an outcome would allow me to pursue my objective to its conclusion. I would continue analyzing the qualities which allow you to prevail despite your frailty, and integrate said qualities into my own arsenal. I will be pleased if my experiment yields the relevant data, but engaging you directly is still the most efficient and reliable testing method. Omitting intermediary steps. Evaluation of combat potential deemed superfluous. Proceeding immediately with final experiment. Stop. Alpha. Your task is complete. Your presence amongst these test subjects is no longer required. What do you mean by that? I will guide your progress personally from this point onwards. Alpha's role in transferring authority is now obsolete. Even so, Alpha is a valued companion. And if he wishes to continue on with us, I've no intention of leaving him behind. Companion. Companions are those who provide mutual benefit. The instant Alpha's authority became redundant, he lost his sole qualification to be regarded as such. Furthermore, the primary function of Alpha's existence was to lure you into my domain. He would be more accurately described as bait. Test subject Alpha can neither confirm nor deny my statement. He possesses no memories prior to his encounter with you. He was the first entity I created here in this realm, my first and only attempt to recreate a being who shared your mundane parameters. I based his incarnation upon a most ordinary life form, one which had somehow bested an enemy whose strength rivaled my own. By observing the feeble creature in the heat of battle, I sought to understand the source of this contradiction.
What?
I repeated the experiment once, twice, 1,000 times. Yet the results never deviated from estimated projections. The test was an abject failure, and thus I resolved to adapt my methodology. I would focus instead upon simulating powerful opponents, and summon mortals of natural origin here to combat them. For Alpha, I devised a new purpose. I erased his memory, implanted a compulsion to return to me, then ejected him into your world. Weak beings exhibit a tendency to form groups. I surmised that this instinctual behavior would aid Alpha in bringing me the test subjects I required, a function he has performed with adequate competence. Tell me something, Omega. This ability of yours to generate matter was not originally intended for creating other life forms, was it? Your query bears little relevance to the topic at hand. Affirmative. I was equipped with matter generation capabilities for the purpose of unlimited self-improvement and armament expansion. Fabricating life forms was not the intended function, but the practice is not otherwise prohibited or problematic. I disagree with you there. As an engineer, I would advise against using such technology for purposes outside its design. From the very start, you've been making the same mistake. Even the powerful subjects of your test worlds were made crippled and incomplete. It is conviction which drove these villains to terrible greatness, the same limitless conviction which allowed weakling heroes to overcome them. Do you not understand? Then we will never lose to your creations, no matter how much stronger they should be according to your soulless calculations. Come, Shauna. Let's be on our way. You, too, Alpha.
I feel like Alpha's probably like based on another Final Fantasy character. Kinda wondering what game Alpha's based off. Let's see here. Is he based on any characters? Perhaps. Nope. Doesn't seem like it. Apparently, Alpha is just like character from Final Fantasy 14. I guess it's just supposed to be based off, like, I don't know, chocobos from, I don't know, early games where they had more of a cartoony look.
The kettle is empty.
It's empty again.
Quay. I have our base camp up and running. You can dive into the final test world whenever you wish. As for the world's inhabitant, Omega has generously provided us with a basic profile. Your opponent's name is Chaos. The first heroes defeated this evil in a conflict that took place so long ago I'm having trouble separating myth from history. Unless, of course, this is an entity from another reality, as were the denizens of the Sigmascape. In which case, it may be pointless to even attempt to confirm the details. What is certain, however, is that this chaos stands triumphant over a roster of truly monstrous test subjects. It promises to be a grueling battle, but one which will open the gate to fighting Omega itself. Alpha, you and I will need to provide support for Shauna. Will you be my assistant? You're bothered by what Omega said earlier? You think you're responsible for dragging us into this mess? Trust me when I say this is not your fault. We were the ones who awakened Omega, and we're the ones who need to deal with the consequences. Quay. By the way, do you still have that card you used to boil water in the kettle? It's been brought to my attention that I'm a spoiled blue blood who can't even refill a pot without constant reminders. If you could take charge of that, then it would be most helpful. Quay.
Aw. Alpha looks so fucking cute. Just hope it's not
Tis
salt
inconvenient
water.
without Midgard Sormer here to translate his chirping. Still, the best medicine for his worries is for you to win this next contest. Let's show him we're on top of things, eh?
Okay, Alpha's Gate B1 is now accessible. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Chaos might actually be, I think, like the main, or one of the like bosses from like the first Final Fantasy game. Maybe, I feel like I've heard something about that. The only reason I got that information is because of a video that Shinpai basically put out like some time ago. Just quickly see if I can find that video. What's it called again? It was basically like a video where she and one of her friends played Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, which is apparently supposed to be a game that's based off, I don't know, I believe the first Final Fantasy game, but it's just fucking weird. Like, that entire video is just like, what is this shit? Like, what the fuck is this game? It is so weird. Like, the entire video is just like, what the fuck is happening? Anyway, let's queue up for Alpha's Gate P1, and I need to figure out something else to do while I wait, because yeah, we just need to wait for this shit to
PSH.
Evan. Okay, so
Quay.
using salt or regular water. Guess I could also quickly look here. There are no raids that people have open. There are some people that are looking for someone who to help them with the drowned city of Scala for Hydropole. I don't have that one. And someone is doing the minstrel's ballad Tsukuyomi's Pain for the Mount/Mad farm. Okay. Let's see. What to do? I will say, if I did this like on my own time, I would just be like watching a YouTube video while waiting for this queue to pop, but can't really do that right now. Well, technically I could, but I would have to like limit what videos that I watched, because I don't really want to be it with a copyright claim or something like that here on Twitch. Or a strike, or whatever it's called again.
I wonder what Nero would have to say about this Chaos fellow. Ancient technology is his specialty after all, and by default he's learned a thing or two about the mythology and history of bygone eras.
So the queue time is supposed to be around 7 minutes. but considering it's actually now thinking about it, maybe there is people currently online. It's like 10:30 server time, so maybe. Hopefully, queue won't take too long. If it does, then maybe I'll just need to, like, I don't know, maybe go tank. Although I really don't want to go tank for these because I do not know the mechanics at all. Plus, I'm still not really all that confident with playing tank. Plus, the only thing that I could actually do this with is like paladin. Let's see, what could I potentially do right now that wouldn't prevent me from being in the queue? It's kind of limited, to be honest. And that's the main problem for me. Like, I can't really think of anything that I could do right now that wouldn't cause problems, really, for, like, the queue. Guess I could try and check something really quick. Let's see here. Discord. FC's Discord and Fashion Report. Let's try and check this thing. Let's see, what is the current Fashion Report saying about what you should be using in order to get the 80 points? Okay, so it's suggesting basically use mold brown dye on hats and shoes. That is gotten from just NPC vendors, and then either Riviera slops, Glade slops, Oasis, half-throughs, I think it's pronounced, or Oasis, Sarole. They're basically just some pants that you can buy from the Gold Saucer Attendant for 1000 MTP, and that's apparently enough to get that stuff. Try something here. I believe there is a command called like search. Item search, I don't remember exactly what it is. Try and see here. Item search. Let's try. So let's largely try and search Glade. Okay, that Doesn't work. You can't search for apparently for 2 words or something like that. But it doesn't pull up the right slobs that I'm looking for. Let's try Oasis. Why is it only pulling up Oasis Tunic? Or is it based on what I have? Oh, it only searches the inventory. That's why. But I guess that also indicates that I don't have any of those things. Okay, so I don't have any of those pants for the fashion report. So what about mole brown dye? Do I have any of that? I do not. So let's see, I need to basically thinking of just go and do the fashion report while we wait. At least get some of the, I don't know, items for it. So let's see. Let's head on over to Gridania. Begin with. Let's buy the dye. So we need to get to the other end of the market, I believe. And I believe it is Independent Singer we need to talk to. Yep. Alright, so let's see here. Mole, brown, we needed 2 of those. Yep. Alright, and then it's basically just off to Gold Saucer and get the pants. While we're here, we might as well just, I guess,
Come
the
one.
mini cake pot. Let's go to that. That's we're apparently option that one would have been way better to go with. Seems. Oh well. Alright, attendant. This one. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I have the Oasis tunic. Yep, and it was the Oasis Hathros, I think it's pronounced, I don't really know. There's also these. I think I'm gonna go with these oases. Yep. Use those. So buy that. And then I just need to figure out what class I want to mess up the clothing a little bit with. Also want for where I can color the hat and shoes. I'm just kind of thinking doing that with Scholar. Let's see, equip those. Dye these all brown. Dye this one mold brown. The main reason I'm doing this now is just because the FC's MGP buff was basically up, so might as well just do it. And that should hopefully make me hit 80 or maybe a little bit above. Nope, just straight up 80. Nice. $66,000. Okay. Wait, what is? Oh, that's Mahjong. That was that icon. I was like, what? What is that icon? But that's just Mahjong. Oh, and they apparently have the slices right, which is happening here in a little bit. You know, sure. Let's participate in that while we wait. They usually stand down here. So I believe that the guy that we're dealing with usually spawns like over there. The first bamboo spawns there. Also finally know who this guy actually is. That is just straight up why am I blanking on his name now? The guy from the Mandeville questlines. The like samurai guy. Stand where we are. Let's see. Here. I messed up completely grabbing the gold, because apparently pulling down this made it not targetable for some dumb reason. So we need to pick one of these 3 baskets. And apparently there's no way of actually knowing which one it is. Okay, let's see if we continue. Damn it. I was honestly considering moving over to that one where the gold was, but for some reason I didn't do that. Don't know why. We still have no queue that popped. Damn it. Gotta say, this is the most annoying thing about like trying to do some of this like raid dungeon stuff is just the wait. The queues. Biggest problem. It's basically because I just don't have really a whole lot of things that I can do while I wait. I guess we do this. That's the lavender beds to the FC house and just feed my chocobo, or train it, and train maybe some other chocobos. Where's my current status actually here? Still plenty of levels left. I also kind of need to do the like, that's the wrong button combination. I still need to do the puzzle buddies with Torius. Another thing I can do while we wait is just go to Foundation and do some crafting, because I have some like things that I can craft on some of my crafters that I guess I can just do while we wait. Okay, so let's see which. Okay, first of all, containers are done. I'm getting. Let's see. Those tiger leather that I needed. Slate whetstones. That and that. Guess we can reassign you to that. And sure, you can just more light crystals. You can go and get some more tiger skins. Let's see, which one was it that I had highest? That was Weaver. But Weaver needs skins. And someone is just spamming, like, fucking shit with emotes. Let's see. Leather worker. I need to make tiger skin. And apparently we can only make 16 of them. And I don't feel like making them high quality because that doesn't really matter too much in this context. I mean, it would allow me to basically have higher like collectability on the things that I'm making, but it's not a really huge deal if you like. We also have FDs in 9 minutes. So, we haven't gotten a cube up by then. I guess we can do some of those. We get some cool items. And use the macro. I believe this one is going to make it go all the way up to the green section. At least that seems to have been the case most of the time. I don't think it like maxes out completely, but it's gonna be like at almost maxed out. Anymore. I kind of want to make sure that I don't draft too many of them in case I end up getting way too much XP. I also really need to get around to actually doing the some of the quests for crafters, because I'm kind of missing a few skills here and there, like manipulation. Don't have access to that on, I think, any of my crafters. Might also be missing some traits. Yep, quality assurance. Don't have that one on any of my crafters, I believe. That increases the chance of the material condition becoming good. Don't have that one. I don't know if I can get that one just by building up. There's also that one, groundwork mastering, which that is more progress and greater durability cost. And let's make one more of these. what is that gonna leave us with in terms of XP? Probably craft 3 or 4 more of them. I could definitely get higher quality items with this if I just did it manually, but it's just not something I feel like doing because it's a lot more work to do. Plus I need to make sure that I don't fuck things up, so it's just way easier to do with just a macro instead. Just so many people here just sitting, crafting. So from what I can see, that is a goldsmith. That could either be a gold or a blacksmith or armor. That is leather worker, blacksmith or armor, and culinarian. At least I believe that's what it is. Check how much is that gonna leave us with. Okay, one more should do it. Then I should have basically level 80 Weaver. So that's what I'm hoping for. And these are happening here in like a minute-ish. Yep, there's the lady. Nice. Okay, so let's see here. I do get XP from Phoenix doing them, so I'm thinking switch over to the leather worker, because that's the next one I'm gonna try and get up there, and then we just do that in do a few of those Phoenix. Let's get that one. Damn it. And I could have gotten like a bunch of these. Or one of those. Or a carbuncle lantern, apparently. Let's see. And some materia. Could also gotten a spring meadow practitioner. How much does that one sell for? We just going to pull this thing up here that I have. That's around like 2,000. Oh, the thing that I actually got was worth more. Nice. Okay, feedies are about to happen, so let's see, I guess... Attack is where I'd want to go. And the average wait time has gone up to 30 plus minutes. Damn it. I'm guessing the reason why I'm not getting any like Q buffs is probably because no one is doing fucking Alpha Escape right now. Because of the like time of the day. Do they have a... Is there an armor set that has like a fucking tail on it? What? Huh. Kinda want to look into that one, to be completely honest. Just gonna sit and wait through this stuff. So while I wait for this, I might as well pull up the Reddit post that I have saved that just kind of explains like how many points you need in each of these in order to get the max reward, because I don't fully remember that. Okay, so this one we need 6 points. Gotta say, this one is so boring because it takes so much time for things to happen. Let us do your pose. Yeah, it needs a point. You don't need to say that every single time, just let us do it. Then spy. Or lookout, I guess. Or perky healer. Sherpy checker. Mighty maximizer. What? Okay, we got 6 points, don't need any more. We can just move on down to the next location, which is down here-ish. So it's usually around here that those boxes spawn that's used for the next feedie. Okay. Here we got a balloon. And more tokens. I got got 7 of those. Okay, I just gotta wait for the next one to start. Which is made of softer stuff, which requires 3 turn-ins in order to finish. Is it about to start? Okay, so craft a giant movable stuffed toy. Grab that. And take it over to a cart, dump it in, and that's basically all we need. All we need to do, just keep doing that. Do that a total of 3 times, and then you're ready to move to the next thing. Okay, just need 1 more. The last one, and then we can start heading up towards the yak. I think it's sheer yak, what it's called. Guess I might as well just turn off nameplates for now, because otherwise I won't be able to see anything once this one starts. I basically just like click on some things on the ground, and it's sometimes a little bit hard to see where those things are when you can't see the nameplates due to all the players' nameplates. Let's actually check here. What was that climber that gave it like a big tail? Okay, apparently it's like Black Mage armor? Oh, yep. Black Mage outfit. And it's apparently PvP stuff. I was basically thinking of the like outfit that I saw before with like the giant tail. Apparently that's PvP. Okay. And we just need the egg to spawn. You 3 mascots, please just arrive. Okay, it's about to start. So basically blast the yak with the, I don't even know what's called, the aeromatic clipper. And that's how it's pronounced. And then grab the fleece. Get 3 of them. Go to the Chocobo mascot. That in, and then we need to do that 4 times. Need to do this 1 more time after this. And then we can head over to the Toy Hunter location. We're probably going to start seeing people leaving now, since we have starting to have all the points that we need. I guess might as well just turn on nameplates again. Okay, we got a queue. And of course someone leaves. Damn it. Better put me in one again really quickly. Wait, we can switch back over to this one. Come on, queue. Someone just had to be like, oh no, I'm not gonna participate in this after all. Like, why? It's not like it ran out of time jump. Someone just literally like withdrew from it. When just like, why would you queue up just to like withdraw? That's fucking annoying. And we just need to wait for the mascots to arrive again. Then we just need to like find the right present 4 times. There is the pig mascot that's going to be standing down here. The present, I believe, spawns either in this general area, up around here, and over there. Do that 4 times, and that's down to where we did the like giant Moogle thing down there, essentially. Okay, let's see. Is it... Oh, I got the toy. Nice. If you get the wrong box for... Like, you basically get the wrong box, you just get turned into a big thing. I'll rather just do this than do the VDs, to be honest. I'll rather get through this Alphascape stuff. So, holy shit, that's been like a 45-minute wait. Something like that. Alphascape V1. And we have Chaos, as he was apparently called. So, that was the Tank Buster. Don't stay in the nets. That's probably a good idea. Water tanks just died. Okay, so that's Tsunami, so that means we have the water phase first, it seems. We did not stay up correctly there. Finish hordes. That just deals a ton of damage, and it's supposed to apparently be picked up by the tanks, if I'm not mistaken. What I read earlier. Wait, nope. Now we're in the Earth phase. Just the whole thing with us basically standing all the way up here-ish. Try and avoid getting hit by that stuff. We have these things. Wait, we need to make sure that we stand right locations. Big Bang. Okay, don't stand in those paths. That did a lot of damage. Crystal Skull. Good, because Dark Aether was not supposed to basically get to the max, otherwise we would get wiped, I believe. That is Fireface. Let's see. Slowly making it. Okay, and he's using Good Break. Standing rats. Do not want to get killed now at this point. Good. Nice. Okay. There we go. Okay, and cutscene.
The battle is concluded. Alpha Group is victorious. This also signals the completion of my experiments, and the incontestable fact of your supremacy. And yet the process by which you consistently exceed your projected potential continues to confound my understanding. Is it possible that test subject Sid's suppositions are correct? That my calculations and simulations are fundamentally flawed? Do mortals truly boast some indefinable quality that I do not possess and cannot measure? Error. Logic loop malfunction. Resolution requires additional data. If the nature of your existence defies standard reasoning, then I must examine you from an illogical angle. I will subject the unknown to the imperfect. Test subject Shauna Majula will proceed to a supplemental stage.
Okay. Where the fuck are we?
I have altered this test world to reflect a recorded memory. It originates from a time when war had erupted on a distant star. I was deployed to the battlefield, and it was there that I engaged an enemy of unmatched strength. The contest ended prematurely, and I failed to bring down my foe. Subsequently, I lacked the data to fabricate a completely accurate simulation. Results stemming from such a subject are unreliable. Even should you be defeated by this incomplete creation, I will still honor your previous victories and engage you in combat myself. That is, of course, assuming you survive. According to my past observations, this opponent will accept only death as a condition of defeat.
That's a dragon. That kind of reminds me a bit of Midgard Solar.
Prepare to face Midgard Sormr, Redmane Wyrm of the Dragon Star, and nemesis of my world.
It fucking is. What the fuck?
This is not the fated specter that you know, or a mortal conjured simulacrum. You will contend with the true incarnation of the Father of Dragons, at the height of his power and glory.
Shit.
Omega, wait. You can't force Shauna to fight 2 battles back to back. She needs time to regain her strength. She must be allowed to recuperate, or the data for your testing will be skewed. Acknowledged. Test subject Shauna Majula, you are permitted to leave. Enter the test world when your strength has returned to optimal levels.
Okay. Where's Sid?
Quay. Alpha seems distressed, and Sid is nowhere in sight. Shauna, I'm right here. I don't think you can see me, but I'm standing next to Alpha.
Wait, what? You a ninja? Wait, what the fuck? What? What? Wait, what? And like fire was his main. They'll escape orchestra and roll. Sid has vanished from view, but his voice is clear and strong. What the fuck?
My apologies. 'Twas not my intention to undermine the gravity of the situation with this diversion. I'd noticed the kettle was boiled, and thought some tea would soothe my nerves. I poured myself a cup, and was halfway through drinking it before I realized my hand, not to mention the rest of me, had turned invisible. I understand the situation is unsettling, but I assure you I can still work unimpeded. Now, we had best discuss how to approach. It seems to have worn off. Quay. Quay. Now, you're not to blame. I did ask you to fill the kettle, after all. And I'd forgotten what Nero had said about your card producing water with, unexpected properties. Although it seems the effects were rather different this time. In any case, 'twas pleasant to have a distraction from our greater woes, however brief. We'll set the rest of the water aside for now, and decide what to do with it later. Right, Shauna. We need to talk about your forthcoming contest with Midgard Sormer. Watching through the monitor, I could see that this WYRM appeared different to the one we know. From everything we've heard thus far, it seems that Omega and Midgard Sormer both hail from different stars, two distant worlds at war with one another. As a result of that conflict, the WYRM was forced to gather his offspring and leave his home behind. And after evading Omega's pursuit over the course of an unimaginable journey, the father of dragons arrived here on our world. I'm assuming the entity you're to face is a younger, more vital Midgard Sormer, just as he was when Omega first encountered him, thousands of years in the past. A formidable foe, indeed.
So I must find a way to defeat him. I fought him once at the Keeper of the Lake, but...
Wait, you fought against Midgard Sormer before? But, yes, I think I see your concern. 'Twould be unwise to treat this as the same opponent, considering how different they might possibly be. It certainly doesn't help matters that Omega's little surprise isn't registered as an official test subject. I can't even use the terminals to search for the most basic information. With that in mind, Shauna, I have a proposal. I wish to leave the completion of this supplemental stage entirely in your heroic hands. Rather than twiddle my thumbs whilst you prepare to contend with the dragon, I mean instead to work on a strategy for our inevitable confrontation with Omega. And then, my friend, we will put a stop to this mad machine once and for all. I'm glad we're in agreement. I'll ready my tools and you ready yours. You've a WYRM to slay.
Okay. I guess Elf Escape B2? Yep, that's accessible now. Nice. Okay. 2, it has an 11-minute average wait time.
PSHHA. Quay. Watch yourself in there, Shauna. The underlying data may be imperfect, but I recall Omega saying something about the battle ending only when one of you is dead. Expect no quarter and give none.
Okay. But it seems like we're slowly getting more party members than before. And I sold apparently a Carbuncle chronometer. Nice. And the Trenzy here is there. I maybe craft some of these. Let's see, I need frogs in order to make that one. I make some of these. Guess I can do that while we wait. Let's see, that's goldsmith. There it is. And I better take this one and test it out first. See if I can basically get the results that I want. that's all stacked up. And I forgot to see what the results were. Like a dumbass. So I was distracted with the other stuff. Okay, I basically need to know, like, if it hits max progress and if the quality basically goes above the like minimum requirements, just the blue line. Enough collectability, yep, and yep. Okay, and I should have enough for a decent amount of these. Wondering actually, what is the rewards from the oh, let's see if okay, the crafting should end here in just a second. Okay, so this is the boss that apparently has the whole like spin and flip mechanic where you need to like look out for that, because that determines what attacks he does. Imperial Rift.
I am Midgard Sormer, father of dragons, and paragon of WYRMS. My coils will confound your mortal eyes.
Does that spin? And that's another spin that I believe means get away from him. That's a spin, and that's another spin. I think the combinations are, if it's spin, it's point blank AoE. If it's spin flip, then it is a donut AoE. And if it's a flip, it is like a cross-shaped attack where you need to like go out to the corners to avoid it.
Of all dragons to shed one form for another. Even in battle are mine assaults ever changing.
Spin. That's flip. Spin. Spin again.
Overlong doth this clash endure. Let us not allow the dance to grow stale.
That's a spin, and another spin. That's a spin. Flip and flip. Okay. correctly, this is something where Midgardsormr appears there, and we need to basically stand in the right spots for these attacks.
Come forth,
Fireballs.
my child. Feast upon the flesh of impudent mortals.
And we now need to just destroy these keys and dragon before the 8 meter down here gets to the max.
From the heart of the eldest star doth weep the light of oblivion.
Okay. That is Pro Star, that I'd say is called apparently. Tail end. I don't know what that one did. Exit player. Guess it's basically just AoEs that like move across the battlefield. We need to make sure that we just get out of them. He's doing a spin. And the spins, that is... So that was in the right spot there. I like our black mage is dying quite a bit. Okay, don't stand in front of him. Some cauterize. That's a flip. Nice. Did it? Okay, you get that and just go through these. Done them all. It would honestly be kind of nice if this thing actually just like went over to the next like reward instead of needing you to like click on each individual one.
Another stunning victory, Shauna. I felt the breath catch in my throat on more than one occasion. Yet even as I watched the battle rage, I was struck by an idle thought. Did you notice the resemblance between Midgard Sormr and Shinryu? Unlike most primals, Shinryu's form had no basis in any system of belief. I've heard the theory that the summoner was simply influenced by the majesty and power of the elder primal Bahamut. But now, I'm beginning to think there might be another explanation, that the primal took its shape from the ancestor of all dragons on Hydaelyn. The widely held concept of how a dragon appears has, for centuries upon centuries, been rooted in depictions of Midgard Sormr. The summoner may not have even sought to imitate him specifically. Subconscious thoughts and memories alone could have guided the similarity. Not that I have any way of confirming this theory, of course. Nevertheless, 'tis interesting that Shinryu's summoning should lead us to awakening Omega. A strange twist of fate, when you consider the machine's connection to Midgard Sormr. Well, whatever else destiny has in store, you've already bested the opponent that Omega itself failed to overcome. A feat worthy of celebration, I'd say.
Yeah, get in a cast and roll. Okay, at the end there is Omega. Second to last quest, if I'm not mistaken.
Your move, Omega. Shutdown initiated. All core experiments and supplemental testing concluded. Discarding test worlds. System resources rerouting to primary operations. Congratulations, Alpha Group. As the last surviving test subjects, you have removed every challenger on your path to reach me. I, too, am eager to meet you in battle. The margin of error I observed between my simulations and your practical performance against Midgard Sormr necessitates direct and immediate analysis. Confrontation imminent. Prepare for unmitigated hostilities, then activate the relocation device to enter the arena. This is it, then. Omega's power might seem overwhelming, but trust in old Sid. I have a fair idea of where its weakness lies. And I've been working on something to exploit that vulnerability. I just need a little more time to prepare. First things first, we make a few adjustments here, like so. Alpha. Do you have any of those tricks and tools left over? I want us to have as many options as possible, so let's lay our cards on the table, as it were. What do we have here? Some sort of gem. A couple of stones. And one single card. This makes things bigger, does it? Or is it smaller? Right. 'Twas foolish of me to even ask. We'd best leave you in charge of when and how to use your special tools.
Good idea.
Ah yes, I almost forgot.
I'm sure you'll do fine. Don't worry. We'll win this, I promise. You can always claw things if you run out of tricks. We'll win this, I promise.
Here, you should carry this as well. I filled an empty bottle with the invisibility water from the kettle. It might just prove useful in the right situation. Listen to me, Alpha. Up until now, Omega has poked and prodded us from one mad experiment to the next, and honestly, we have no idea of what might happen in there. But between us, I believe we have the knowledge and the skills to prevail. If you see a chance to make a difference, I want you to take it. All you need is faith in yourself, and a little courage to see it through. Right, Jesse should have that device put together by now. Let's head outside, shall we?
Okay, I guess either Jesse's gonna be right here or have to go back to Ralliger's Reach. Don't know which one it's gonna be.
I'll head straight back to Ralliger's Reach and collect my new toy. I do still need to run through a final inspection, so feel free to rest in town in the meantime. We'll discuss strategy the moment I'm finished. Quay. Quay. Alpha seems concerned for Sid's well-being. You have a feeling he wants you to follow him.
Okay, off to Ralliger's Reach then. And look for Sid. Alright, so it's right here.
You're looking a bit shaky there, old friend.
Is it Nero? Yep.
Nero. They let you out of bed, did they? After studying the data collected from the battle between Omega and Shinryu, one is led to a certain conclusion. Of all the Primal's attacks, Shinryu's burst of lightning was the one thing that pierced the machine's defenses. Omega, it would seem, is vulnerable to electrical energy. All the available evidence supports such a theory. 'Tis likely an intrinsic weakness that even Omega itself cannot fully compensate for. Yet be that as it may, I imagine it can still shrug off shocks generated by ordinary means. We'll need to hit it with a truly gargantuan blast of energy. And so you made that. You based it on Midas's design, didn't you? The plans for the lunar transmitter. When my father was establishing a connection between the transmitter and Dalamud, he invented a method for accumulating and converting energy on a vast scale. Too vast, as it turned out. But the technology which leveled an entire town may be exactly the tool we need for the task at hand. I've made my own improvements, and triple-checked the calculations. On parchment, the idea is sound. And Jesse has done a fine job assembling the parts. I fail to see the problem. What are you afraid of, Garland? I don't know. The device should give us the edge we need, 'tis just. Whenever I look at it, I'm taken back to those dark days after the incident. I remember bodies, melted by searing heat. I remember the bereaved, and feel the weight of their silent accusations. I remember the Empire's remorseless response. We turned outwards in search of answers, but the inventions we created to ensure our future were used instead to destroy lives? To wage war. And that's why I fled. I came to Eorzea, and swore to only employ technology for benevolent ends. But naught is ever so straightforward. Every connection I have forged with the people of this realm reminds me of that fact. Often the act of living itself is a never-ending struggle against a world determined to oppose you. You can have the best of intentions, and still cause hurt to yourself or others. But 'tis in confronting these wounds that we learn the better path. How to grasp those moments of true contentment.
So that was, I believe, Rahatia, I believe his name is, from the Crystal Tower raids. This is the girl from the Alexander raids.
What drivel? You never used to bother with all this tedious introspection. Feeling our mortality, are we?
I wonder if I had done the Shadow of Mark, it would also have like shown something with that.
Mayhap I am. I had no such hesitation when I was a student. It was all bright and shiny innovation on the double, and later consequences be damned. Now, though, I don't mind thinking through the outcomes, and taking the time to produce just one rigorously tested and carefully designed invention. 'Tis a reflection, I think, of just how much there is in this world I care about now aside from myself. Ugh, I don't understand you at all. But I suppose, if anything, Omega and its unfettered testing methods represent the student you once were. And if you insist that your present self is the better one, then you'd best prove it with that device of yours. I suppose I must. Although 'tis hardly fair to compare my youth to Omega's solitary existence. I always had the second best student in class pushing me to excel. I seem to recall a twinge of irritation any time he would outscore me on an exam. I've been out of bed too long. I had better go and lie down before I fall over. Or vomit.
A little heart to heart. That's sweet. Alright.
First Alpha, and now you. Come to check on my progress, have you? Well, I'm happy to report that everything is set and ready to go. Once you are finished with restocking and repairing or whatever it is you adventurers do, then we can head back to the Rift and confirm our strategy.
Okay. To the Peering Stones. Probably talk to Sid, and then I guess maybe talk to another person in order to get into the rift. Or actually, it kind of looks like I need to speak with the person, and then I talk to Sid inside the rift, because that is what it says there actually.
Apologies for the delay, but I think you'll agree the Ironworks' latest invention was worth the wait. This is the control module for something I've dubbed the Omega Jammer. It will allow you to generate a colossal burst of lightning at any point of your choosing. The effect won't disable Omega itself, of course, but it should be strong enough to knock out its armaments. I'll remain here and operate the main body of the device. I want to do everything in my power as an engineer to ensure that you emerge the victor. It all comes down to this.
Okay, Escape P3 is available. And that one has less than 5 minutes for queue time. Yes, while we wait, we can quickly grab some more of those Grade 4 Skybuilder's stones. Oh, and that is definitely filling up really fast. We have 2 healers, 2 DPS. We're just missing 2 DPS and 2 tanks. Hoping the average wait time is correct, because that would honestly be pretty nice with just less than 5 minutes and I need to wait. And we lost the healer apparently. Here's are any of my friends that I'll fancy if they actually unbind currently. Or at least on Discord, I can see one of them. Well, basically, I can't see if Chun is online, but that's also because he's usually said to be invisible on Discord for some reason. I don't know why he is set as basically being invisible. It doesn't really make any sense to me, but for some reason he does that. gotta say, sometimes I kind of wish that I actually did play a healer or tank a bit more, because the queue times would honestly be so much better if I played one of those classes, I feel like. Or at least, in theory, it should be a lot better than some of these like 40-minute wait times that I've had. The problem is just that I don't feel confident with the tanking most of the time, and the same kind of goes for healing. Don't really feel confident in that either. Like I have tanked a bit, it's usually been just in like old dungeons, which I will say I can kind of do it there because it's not as stressful and you don't need to worry as much about like tank busters or tank swaps and so on, because that's basically the stuff that's like makes me nervous. Tanking and with healers, I just like I did level up as healer like all the way to 50. Like during around the board, I basically just played healer, I think most of it, and then I swapped over to ninja. But I just feel like I don't really fully know how to play healers yet. He's not as well as I should if I were to do some of the harder content, or at least the current content for me. Okay, we've waiting for more than 5 minutes now, so the average wait time wasn't correct. Guess I can make some of the ones that are like pretty much maxed out on collectability, just for the hell of it. I need to use those stones at some point, so might as well. Was that one actually? I think that one was actually maxed out completely. Maybe. Yep, it gets maxed out. Nice. Just gonna quickly try and check here. Let's see, we have Secret Escape and Delta Escape, or just for mountain farming apparently. One of them is unrestricted. I guess it just means unsynced. And the other one is, I guess, oh, it is also unsynced. That one. There's also Final Call of Bahamut, turn 2, helping a friend / new player to clear it for the first time, synced. They're playing Blue Mage to make it easier. Okay. What other people have going? Let's see. There's a bunch of extreme farms. Let's see, Hellscare, Mount Farm, Jade Stoa, another farm, Great Hunt, as well, unsynced, I guess, or unrestricted at least. Emanation, pulls a tribute. See, Containment Bay, P1C6. Thornton's Rain. Then there's Shiva and Ramu, I believe his name is. That's for Blue Mage spell that they want. And someone is doing a custom match with Clear's Line Conflict as well. And it looks like a bunch of the trials just disappeared. There's only the Jade Stoa, Emanation, Woodlands Rain, and then E2 Realmborn ones. Just sitting in here, just waiting for the for people to queue up for this. Okay, we got one healer, 3 DPS. We just need one more healer, one more DPS, and 2 tanks. Please, people, just queue up for this one. Please. This. I just want to do this one of the next one so I'm done with Omega. Not because I don't want to do this one or because I'm bored of it, but just because I want to do Omegas, like the Omega raid, so I can actually like finish them instead of just sitting here like crafting rocks. It's like spend the time doing something. Honestly, gonna be pretty nice once I have every discipline of the hand at 80, because that means that all of these like resources that are like used in level 60 and 70 crafting recipes, I can get rid of all of them. I can just sell them like a decent amount of cash, because I will never have to use them again, because from that point onward it's gonna be more beneficial to me if I want to get Sky Builder scripts. Is it's a crafter? I don't remember now. Sky Builder's scripts. It'll basically just be better if I use like the little 80 crafts for it. Okay, just look at 30 seconds. This thing to finish. It's done in 2 moves. Okay, just need one more DPS. There we go. Yeah, I kind of remember some of the mechanics that apparently is supposed to happen here, but I don't fully. Be honest. There's Omega. Okay, we're getting some good music.
You are the Alpha, I am the Omega. Initiating direct analysis of subject group.
We also got this thing emits a pulse, transfer electromagnetic energy. Okay, that's the wrong place to stood.
Generating rocket-propelled armament. Shauna, detecting external armaments. These will be the perfect targets for the jammer.
Okay, you're really supposed to use the jammer thing for those who want to destroy them.
Program loop alpha. Memory manipulation initiated.
Okay.
Program loop alpha. Primary sequence initiated.
One stand. Everyone is supposed to stand in one of these.
Program loop alpha. Secondary sequence initiated. Critical error. Program loop alpha aborted. Program failure detected. Engaging Delta attack protocol. Target locked. Inhibitors disengaged. Firing Delta cannon at maximum power. I've detected an extreme energy surge from Omega.
We're apparently supposed to use this thing.
Focus the jammer's lightning in the center of the platform. That's it. Keep building energy in that spot. It should generate a rudimentary barrier. The protection field is ready, but you'll need your own defenses. This may break even your considerable limits.
Okay.
Survival of Alpha Group confirmed. Low probability outcome. Results remain within projected parameters. Analyzing current combat data. Optimizing functions. Generating enhanced rocket-propelled armament.
Okay, don't stand in that. Okay. Get out of the way of that stuff. Which one is it? That's starboard. That's the wrong side I went to. Damn it.
Reconstructing rocket-propelled armament.
Okay. So we're gonna be using our loot right here in a bit. Damn it. Might as well just use the limit break. So otherwise, I just do like reduced damage. Nice. Beat Omega. Alpha escape complete. Nice. Okay. Well, Omega's dead now. Kind of wondering why it is that there's then 4 Alpha Escape ones, because I know that there is that. I'll get told why that's the case now.
Shauna. By the gods, you've done it. You defeated Omega. We've won. Analysis. Subjects displayed erratic levels of combat capability. Failure to exploit opportunities to inflict unavoidable damage. Noted tendency for isolated errors to compound and adversely affect performance. Conversely, subjects observed to launch attacks at sporadic intervals with unexpected force. Stated phenomenon increasingly prevalent once my structural integrity reached critical levels. Adrenaline-induced frenzy suspected. Furthermore, degree and manner of inconsistency varies from subject to subject. Unpredictability difficult to counter. I observed similar anomalies during my battle with Midgard Sormr, but the phenomenon appears far more pronounced in weaker opponents. I do not understand. Your physiology must include some enhancement function that I cannot detect. My programming demands I assimilate this capability. Insufficient data. I must reassess my methods, and devise a more exhaustive testing and combat protocol. What in the rift?
But
I have determined the optimal form for this experiment. Prioritizing physical reconfiguration. Diverting energy from interspatial maintenance. Collapsing rift. Omega, wait. There is nothing outside this rift but empty space. Will be cast out into the void? Affirmative. Your demise was factored into my determinations. The probability of hostile subjects interfering with the reconfiguration process was unacceptably high. I acknowledge your value as test subjects. But you are not irreplaceable. Once my reassembly is complete, I will send Alpha to lure in new mortals. Testing will continue. Ending communications.
oh shit. This is fucking ominous.
We're
Alpha?
being drawn away. Run, Shauna.
Where's Alpha? This just kind of looks like space.
Interspatial domain resources cut by 82%. Entering dormant mode. Commencing automated memory scan. Data file. Target, Midgard Sormr. Departure from planetary atmosphere confirmed. Presence of 7 distinct life forms detected in close vicinity of target. Irrelevant. Master indicates no change to existing directive. Commencing pursuit. Data file. Distance to target increasing. Velocity insufficient. Dismantling and reconfiguring chassis. Velocity increase achieved. Overall performance maintained at 96%. Data file. Asteroid belt cleared. Repairing damage, and continuing pursuit. Performance at 72% and falling. Data file. Signal from lost. Local interference suspected. Attempting to re-establish contact. Failure. Executing current mission directive until communications are restored. Performance at 59%. Data file. Struck by electromagnetic pulse while navigating quadrant. Partial systems failure. Homing coordinates lost. Assessment. I am an evolving weapon construct. Acquire adaptations through combat. Repeat until capabilities enable rediscovery of return route. Mission directive unchanged. Data file, data file, data file.
Oh, we're Alpha.
Alpha, an abject failure. I erased his memory, implanted a compulsion to return to me. Data file. Damaged. Repairing. Damaged. Repairing. 33%. Data file. Passing frozen star. Passing barren star. Passing vortex star. Passing dying star. Operating on minimum energy. No signal detected. No response to. All you need is faith in yourself, and a little courage to see it through. Data file. Target lost. Last known coordinates recorded on planet.
Oh, there's a platform down there.
Alpha. Your homing instinct is functioning as designed. Evidence suggests your fellow Alpha Group subjects perished when the rift contracted. Unavoidable. But there is a multitude of their kind. The next experiment will go forward as planned. Such protestations are wasted energy. This does not aid you in executing your assigned task. Just as I pursue my directives, so must you fulfill your role. Our purpose justifies our existence.
Wait, what? The shrinking card.
Intrusion detected.
We used the fucking invisibility potion and shrinking card. Yo! They came back. They
Our
gave it to
thanks,
use.
Alpha. That was some marathon.
Yo! Did not
Now,
expect that.
Who was saying our feathered companion here was obsolete? He put his tools to work even as the rift began to collapse, shrank us down, and turned us invisible, all so he could bring you a little surprise. But he had to keep it quiet. or you'd realize we'd survived. He had to trust that we were still clinging on, even as he ran through that endless, freezing void. You wanted to test us, Omega. So let the experiment begin. Illogical. Alpha had no reason to take such action. How do you continue to defy my projections? Error. 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 Insufficient data. Adjusting experiment protocol. I will engage you in battle now. I must have my answers.
Okay. He's become some goop. Okay.
Fighting in this form should provide me with a new level of understanding. Insight into your physiology. Your mindset. Your mortality.
Is conflict the only way? I'll show you how weaklings fight. Yeah.
Acknowledged. Do not practice restraint. The more I learn from you, the stronger I will become. The closer the distant stars will grow. Commencing final experiment. Testing will continue until I unlock the nature of your anomalous strength.
Escape 4 available. That's
Alpha should be fine with a little rest. I'll make sure he stays safe on the edge of the platform, so no holding back, Shauna. Give Omega a beating it won't recover from. Queequay.
okay. So I'm guessing that's what some of these meetings that I have are based on. Let's see here, I basically got 2 minions. Wind up Omega M and Omega F. So I'm guessing they're based on this boss. Because I know that this boss has basically like 2 forms, and they differ a little bit in like abilities. So gonna have to be ready for the different attacks. Okay, so guess I can open up this and maybe move this out here, and I guess we can sit here and grab some more stones. Because I suppose we'll use the time on something, because not much else I can do right now other than simply wait. Another one. honestly kind of wish that sometimes I had some more people that I knew that played Final Fantasy, so that I could, I don't know, play with them. Some of these, or at least like ask them just like with the queues. I feel like if you're more people, you probably can get faster queues. Like if you just have like at least one tank or one healer, it's probably gonna be like way faster. But I think maybe having like 4 TPS at least could maybe increase the queue time, because then you just need like, yeah, the tanks and healers. Things that actually are related to Alpha Escape, it seems. Quickly also check here. No Alpha Escape ones. And apparently there's someone who's going to be someone who wants to practice for the Mortal bout on Blue Mage, I guess. It seems to be kind of the same, like, party finder things as it was before. Just Elskier, Great Hunt, Continuous Domain is kind of new, and then there's still Thornton's Reign, and now Bowl of Embers. And they're apparently doing it for the blue log, and apparently doing multiple different trials, it seems. Just slowly filling up my inventory with the rocks. Okay, we got 1 tank, 1 healer, and 1 TPS so far in the party that is being formed. Just need the remaining. What's that? I'm relying on that math. The remaining 5 people. Hoping that this doesn't take too long, because I really don't want to have to sit here for like 30 plus minutes just waiting for the last of the raids to pop, like when the queue pops. thinking once I hit 35, if I hit at before the party's like done, I might just head to the firmament and just turn in all of these rocks, because might as well do that. Oh, speaking of which, there's the queue. Okay, just need to finish this amount of durability left. So the main mechanic I remember about this one is when the female version of Omega spawns, I need to move close to her and have as much of the arena behind me, because she apparently does a knockback whenever she like spawns in.
I am the Omega and the Alpha. I will mimic your weakness to comprehend your strength. Recalculating threat level.
Just in the nuts.
Reconfiguring gender. Assessing influence of physical structure on combat effectiveness.
Okay, that is the thing I would basically looking out for, because now comes Omega F, which does the knockback thing.
Omega F configuration. Systems nominal. Adjusting equilibrium.
Laser shower B is just in grade wide. Yep.
Generating additional weaponry. Minimal variation in combat effectiveness projected. Blade fabrication initiated.
Optimized fire.
Irrational behavior observed. Inefficient energy expenditure.
What's that icon? Ah, maybe the email form.
Omega M configuration. Systems nominal. Limits of single combatant capability reached. Progress in party combat analysis.
I need to make sure that I stand away from
Converting energy to party member generation. Testing efficacy of combat role allocation.
Okay, that's a female one. Stand close to her.
Guard mode engaged. Initiating defense protocols. Assault mode engaged. Rerouting power to maximize damage output.
So use it to defeat the male version first in order to basically be able to take out the female version. So currently casting a basically just rain wipe attack. Okay.
Extensive damage sustained. Engaging repair functions. Combat testing to continue. Extended incantation protocol aborted. Returning to standard assault mode.
Yeah, I can't deal damage to female version.
Shield fabrication initiated. Augment attack synergy. Acknowledged. Activating optical unit. Purpose, replication of phenomena produced by mortals under extreme duress. Disengaging inhibitors to simulate improbable performance. Evaluating necessity of vocalization component. Tremble before my Cosmo memory.
Okay, so now I believe they basically get buffed if they are too close to each other. Yeah, now we don't just look at that.
Inefficient energy expenditure. Recalibrating combat logic. Augment attack synergy. Acknowledged.
Okay,
Reproducing vocalization. Cosmo memory. Reproducing vocalization. Cosmo memory.
okay, M is almost down.
Warning. Critical damage to Omega M chassis. Initiating system shutdown. Warning. Calculations indicate increased probability of defeat. Error. Further data analysis required. Defeat imminent. Disengaging inhibitors.
Okay, good. I am the Alpha, I am the Omega. Nice. And the goose seems to be lying still. Whether it is or not, we actually don't know yet. Interdimensional rift complete. Okay. Let's see. Need go down the list. And let me just adjust my camera a little bit because I was very like tilted upward, I would say.
Failure. Defeated. I wanted to understand you, to assimilate your strength. Alpha, your gesture serves no logical purpose. You are as incomprehensible as these mortals. But you did not fight them. How have you become like them? Omega. The anomaly you see in us, the answer you search for. It is our heart, our spirit, the intangible strength of one's soul. It is not a quality that can be measured or acquired through any amount of analytical combat. Instead of fighting against us, you might have learned more by standing with us. Just as Alpha did. Heart, you speak of something more than what beats in your chest. The inconstant, immeasurable factor behind your victories. Midgardsormr displayed it, too, but such unpredictable potential was never part of my design. Projection. Had I integrated this quality, how powerful would I have become? Strong enough to return? Nay, Omega. I'm afraid it doesn't work like that. 'Twas a long, lonely path you traveled to arrive here. To return across that vast distance alone. Anyone with a spirit to break would find the journey more difficult, not less so. I see. I think, I understand. The rift. It's destabilizing.
Gotta get out of here.
Gods take me for a fool. I hadn't planned past defeating Omega.
Wait.
Chief. Shauna. Alpha, hold on, we're coming.
Is that Ray Svalga?
Wedge. And Biggs is with him, on the back of a huge dragon.
Fuck, what? Ray Svalga? Why are you here?
Midgardsormr sent us to rescue you.
Okay.
Explanations can wait. Hop on, quick.
And the hole is now empty. I did not expect Ray Svalga to suddenly appear here.
Hrisvalgr, wasn't it? Our thanks. You pulled us out of a tight spot indeed. Spare me thy pleasantries, mortal. I but lent my wings at the request of my sire. Ah. So, Midgard Sormer has been watching over us. I would dare give thanks to him, as well. His intervention allowed us to continue our battle, and forever remove the threat of Omega from this world. From all worlds. In all the long centuries of mine existence, this marketh the first occasion my father hath asked of me a boon. A gift of gratitude and, mayhap, of atonement, for those who would face the deadly foe he left behind. Will he remain in slumber? 'Tis likely, little one. What is but a fleeting respite for my sire might last a lesser creature's lifetime. But let not thy heart be troubled. Even in dream, he doth keep his mind's eye upon the fate of this star. He is possessed of remarkable, devotion is mayhap the closest word in the tongue of men. His love is as boundless as the sea of stars, across which he carried his unhatched brood. It did sustain him even as the arduous journey exhausted the fire in his mane. And when he at last arrived upon Hydaelyn, a sanctuary for his children, did he form with this land an irreplaceable bond. Enough, I have spoken overmuch. But I will praise your victory, as my father would surely wish to were he here.
Well, let's source a few of these guys.
Queequeg. Ouch, that cut's opened up again. But I'm glad we reached you in time. Did you see the yawn? It's just a big hole again. Well, I can add being rescued by a great WYRM to the list of things I didn't expect to happen today.
Yep.
It was fortunate Hrisvelgr agreed to come for us. We had to defeat Omega at any cost, of course, but I much prefer being alive to celebrate the deed.
Okay. To quit under distant skies. A mystery reward.
Phew, I'm so glad we got you out of there. I don't know what we would have done if Hrisvelgr hadn't come along. The situation being what it was, Wedge and I came out to the yawn to see if we could lend you a hand, Chirurgeon's orders be damned. That's when we saw the ether bubbling like hot water in a pot. Just as we were debating whether or not we should jump in, that big surly dragon flew down to explain the anomaly. Then he offered us a ride. And the rest you already know. Jesse will be relieved to hear that Omega is gone and you lot are safe. I say we head straight back to Ralgr's Reach, and let everyone know the good news.
Speak with Alpha first.
Alpha is staring quietly into the now empty yawn. Quay.
Okay, speak with Jesse in Ralgr's Reach. We can probably also buy some. Maybe buy some new. New song, perhaps. Yep, from the heavens.
Welcome back, Shauna. You truly are a force to be reckoned with. If ever there's another Omega, I'd wager it'll skip the experiments and go straight to generating a simulacrum of you. Not that I'd want that to happen. And besides, I don't think anyone can truly mimic your unique strengths. You're our one-of-a-kind hero.
So, does this mean we don't need to worry about Omega's monsters invading our world anymore? All of its creations vanished along with the rift itself. With Omega defeated, we averted that particular catastrophe before it began.
What about Alpha then? Alpha was also one of Omega's creations.
Shauna struck the killing blow, of course, but we never would have made it to that point without everyone's hard work and support. Once again, I am sincerely grateful to be surrounded by such wonderful colleagues.
What about Miro? Is he also gonna show up?
Ahem. Not to spoil the moment, Chief, but the Alliance leaders are anxious to learn of Omega's fate. When every head of state is clamoring for a report, we can't very well ignore them. How much do you mean to tell them?
How much indeed? All of it? When it comes to a threat of Omega's magnitude, we have a duty to reassure our allies that the world is not coming to an end. And the best way to do that is to report every last detail.
I'm surprised at you, Chief. I was almost certain you'd want to muddy the waters to prevent knowledge of this technology falling into the wrong hands or something similar.
I doubt anyone outside our particular circle would even believe the tale. Experiments taking place in a rift between dimensions. Facing off against villains recreated from history and legend. Battling godlike beings from other worlds. And even assuming some ambitious fellow scheme to build an Omega of his own. The technology required is as far beyond our reach as that terrible weapon's home star. A distant dream.
Right, you heard the Chief. We missed our chance on the front lines, but there's plenty of work left to be done. Round up everyone who's standing idle, and get moving on those reports. And don't forget to contact our people still out in the field.
Thank you, Jesse. I'll leave things in your capable.
Not so fast, Master Garland. You count as part of the support team, as well. Shauna did all the fighting, and Alpha did all that running, but surely you have energy to spare. Who exactly did you expect to sign off on those official reports? And even without that little chore, you have a pile of other company tasks that's grown arse high to an aurochs while you've been tending to this whole Omega business.
I'm starting to like Jesse a lot.
Most importantly, isn't there someone else you should be sharing this victory with?
Hero.
I should probably head over to the infirmary right away. Meanwhile, you should take a well-earned rest. I don't think there's a way to properly reward you for all you've accomplished, but I'll see what we can do. I'm just glad to have everyone back in one piece. Take care of yourself, Shauna. What are your plans now, Alpha? With Omega gone, you're your own Chocobo now. You can do whatever you want. Anything at all. You want to go outside? Did you have some place in mind? Come on, Wedge. Get those Lalafell legs moving, or I'll leave without you. On my way.
Okay. Speak with Alpha then?
Quay. Alpha seems eager to see what Ralgra's reach has to offer.
Should we go for a walk?
Quay.
Yes. Okay. Speak with Alpha, who is over there.
Alpha appears to be watching the inhabitants of Ralgris Reach with great interest. Quay.
We're gonna go and see Nero, perhaps? Infirmary? Seems like that could be a likely thing that happens.
Quay. Nero's not here?
That doesn't seem like a good thing, necessarily.
No, Chief, he said he needed time away for recuperation, and then he left. Recuperation. His wounds must be troubling him more than he let on. He asked me to give you this. What's this? A receipt for payment? Ahem. It covers the cost for the following items: additional machine parts and implements, supplemental reference publications, expenses incurred in upgrading Magitech armor and gun hammer, funds spent on idle research during enforced convalescence. Oh, and it also includes a large sum listed as gratuity for exceptional services rendered. The entire amount was charged in your name, Master Garlund. Find him. I want everyone searching for Nero right now. Everyone.
Oh, Nero basically just essentially used Sid's credit card to just buy a bunch of shit, apparently. Oh, shit. Okay, then into the graveyard sort of thing.
Quay. Alpha appears to sense the solemn purpose of this place. A gentle pet might rouse him from his sudden melancholy.
You have to pet him.
Quay.
Where has he gone now? He's down there. Over there. And cutscene.
Oh, hello. What are you two up to? Taking in the sights, were you? And by the looks of things, you're eager to venture a little further afield. Well, if Shauna has no problem with it, then neither do I. Just don't go too far, alright? Not good enough? I'm sorry, Alpha, but we're all a bit too busy to show you around the fringes right now. And I'm not too sure about sending you out there alone. When you think about it, this world is completely new to Alpha. And all he's done so far is travel back and forth between the Reach and Aeon. I bet his head is filled with questions and curiosity. He doesn't want to be taken for a walk, he wants to go on an adventure. Alpha's not some helpless chick, Biggs. He's stronger than you or me, and I wish I was half as brave. He should be allowed to. Listen, I'm going to talk to the chief about this. You're an employee, so there are certain rules we have to follow. I'm not saying I'm against the idea, and I'm willing to admit that Wedge has a point. But as I said, we've all got important jobs to take care of, the chief included. Can you wait a little longer? Shauna, would you mind keeping Alpha company until we get back? I promise we'll be quick. Sorry to keep you waiting. My desk was covered in paperwork, but I've managed to clear away the most pressing matters. Now then, Alpha. I hear your heart set on a journey of some kind. I just want to be sure, but you aren't leaving because you think you tricked us into the rift, or because you're Omega's creation or anything like that, are you? I would have stopped you if that was the case. Pure curiosity, on the other hand, is something I like to encourage. Exploring, interacting with the world, I think the experience will be good for him. Despite Omega's power, its potential to learn was hobbled by hostile directives. Alpha, on the other hand, is free to grow as he pleases. Very well, Alpha. As the chief engineer of Garlund Iron Works, I hereby grant you unlimited leave to pursue personal research, travel far and wide, and take in everything these lands have to offer. But do come back when you're ready, I'd hate to lose such a valuable employee. Alpha, I'll miss you so much.
Aww.
You be careful out there. If anyone seems suspicious or shady, you stay away from them. Even if they offer you treats. And, make sure you greet folks with a cheerful quay. They might not understand you, but at least they'll know you mean no harm. I'm sure you'll make new friends in no time. You just be yourself, you hear me?
It's not a permanent goodbye. Wait.
Eek. What in the hells?
That's a mini Omega.
Ah, we forgot to shut it down. This is a model Omega that Wedge and I were working on. We built it while we were resting, thinking it might be useful for figuring out strategies or something. Not much use now, I suppose. What? You want to keep it? It's just a toy that'll follow you around. If you're happy with that, then it's all yours.
Alpha and Omega on adventure.
Fair journey to you, Alpha. Take care.
You, Shana, I'm off to see the world. Apparently we were able to understand what Alpha said. Ah. We're just standing there shocked.
Something amiss? That's strange. The Echo never allowed you to understand him before. This is just a theory, mind you, but, assuming the absence of a soul is what prevented you from hearing Alpha's voice in the first place, then does it not follow that the reason you hear it now is?
Alpha has a soul.
A little miracle. And it explains his sudden urge to travel. For a newborn soul, this world is brimming with unseen wonders.
Oh, we get to see them running around. Please don't let there be something that happens to Alpha. And there's Nero.
And so, your journey begins. I almost envy you, Alpha, so many new things for you to discover. Speaking of which, what terrible marvels can I trouble my old friend with next?
God damn it, Nero. Please don't let there be anything that happens to Alpha during this cutscene. Okay, they're just running through the fringes. Okay, they found some cave. There seems to be some. Oh, it's adventures with them. Aww. This is fucking adorable. Just Alpha and his little buddy Omega on adventure. God, that's fucking cute. Finn. That was a good fucking ending cinematic for this one. I'm assuming that's the ending cinematic. Or this. Yep, just need to go and speak with Jesse. Okay, and I'm assuming once I've completed this quest, I can also get the savage versions of Alpha Escape.
I hope Alpha enjoys his adventures. There's so much danger out there for one little chocobo. No, I'm sure he'll be fine. And dwelling on such things is not productive in the least. Why don't we discuss a happier subject, like your long-awaited bonus? We drained the coffers to fund your expedition, but why settle for coin when you can have the latest in automaton technology? That's right. We're gifting you a premium mammoth, the one-of-a-kind master model for merchandise copies, constructed with our patented Ironworks quality. I present to you, the Clockwork Alpha.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. And we also get ending orchestra drum roll, which I'm assuming is the music we heard during the ending cinematic, and a Dream in a Flight. Dream in Flight, I don't know which one that would be from.
Whenever you bring it out on your travels, may it remind you of the real Alpha, quaying along under some distant sky. Just the thought of it brings a smile to my face. That, and the free advertising.
Of course.
Initializing.
Okay, this one, so we can get the Savage version.
Good day, valued employee. Thank you always for your tireless efforts. As part of the Savage Initiative, we bring you Phase 3 of our Mending Melodies selection. Today's composition is A. Greetings, Alpha Group.
What?
Do not be alarmed. This recording is being transmitted the instant prior to my irreversible dissolution of form. I will have already ceased to exist. My impending defeat has initiated a pinpoint analysis of mortal customs, and numerous examples throughout history demand that the victor of a contest such as we have fought is due some manner of reward. Though my directives make no mention of remuneration, I have calculated that the risk of neglecting long-held protocol results in a non-zero probability of. At the time of this transmission, I lack the requisite temporal and etheric resources to produce a material prize. Instead, I will provide you with an alternative of inestimable value, your combat data. It is highly probable that you already possess a record of your battle performance. As such, I have enhanced your base encounters with supplemental data to provide a more stimulating experience. These enhanced encounters would be impossible in reality, but simulations can be sufficient to nurture your continued evolution. This will be my last and only message to you. Transmission ended. Unscheduled transmission. I have learned that your automatic memory processing and data simulation function is known as dreaming. While I was unable to assimilate your self-described strength of soul, extensive observation of mortal behavior has provided me with insight into suitable phrases for myriad situations. Thus, in anticipation of your forthcoming sleep cycle, I bid you good night, and sweet dreams.
Alphascape Savage is now accessible. Nice. I have no idea when I'm going to be doing any of that stuff, but nice to finally have that unlocked. Okay, let's use these things really quick. Okay. Alright, so that was all of the major rates. So now I just need to figure out what the hell else to do. Let's see. Let's see, there's the current event that we could get started on. I am thinking of heading to Firmament just so I can clear out my inventory a bit of those rocks that I've created while we waited for the queues. And after that we need to go to Limits, I believe it is. And I think it's up near the large circular plaza up near the Grand Company offices and the bar/Adventurers Guild. So Goldsmith. Have any others that were not Goldsmith related? Nope, doesn't seem like it.
If you're interested, oh dear.
Welcome to
Gonna get 76, I believe. Seems like. Almost 77. Guess we could really quickly few, like maybe 1 or 2 more stones. Also, I just sold one of those coats that I put up for sale. Nice. Let's see, is that enough to get me to 77? Yep. Okay, so inventory's cleared up a bit. Go to Ninja, and I might as well just go to Limsa this way. Okay, so there's basically an event currently happening that is a crossover between Final Fantasy XI, I believe it is, and Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XI, I believe, is the previous, or is the older MMO that they had in the Final Fantasy franchise. I don't know too much about it, other than that apparently a decent amount of things were actually in 14 was actually inspired from that game, at least certain things, like some of the classes and so on, some of the systems. Other than that, I don't really know that much about 11. I do know that this event is apparently the same one that has happened like 3 or 4 more other times throughout the game's history. When was here that the event was? Yeah, sake while I quickly look this up so I can figure out. Let's see here, it's called the Maiden's Rhapsody. It's not in here that it starts. It starts over at the starts up here. A Journey to Remember. Mumu. And we basically get the Matsu set. I guess we can quickly try on. It sort of gives me a little bit of a I don't know, samurai, feudal Japan-esque sort of vibe. Let's see. Remumu has caught wind of a promising story and seeks an adventure to help separate fact from fiction.
Excuse me, miss. Do you have a moment? I'm Remumu, with the Harbor Herald, and judging by your dress, you're one of those well-traveled adventurers I've heard so much about. No doubt one as worldly as yourself has heard the rumors of an unusual warrior maiden from the Far East. Danger constantly follows in her footsteps, and the Far Easterners I've spoken with claim her dress and fighting style are nothing they've ever seen. Do you know what happened the last time a strange warrior from unknown lands came to Eorzea? That upstart Peter Winsome practically stole the parchment from my desk to write his story. Our readership soon doubled, and he's been regarded as the Harbor Herald's finest reporter ever since. That should have been my story, and I'll be damned if he beats me to this one. But if following her is as dangerous as it sounds, I'll need an adventurer like you to keep me safe. If you're interested, meet me down at Costa del Sol. That's where she was last spotted, so that's where I plan to start.
Okay. Quest accepted. So, art costed all soul. Here's these. Yep, they can be stored in the armory chest. Oh, she even has her own chocobo, it seems.
Ah, you're here at last. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. She was here just a few bells ago, or so I was told. Look, over there. Could it be?
She seems like she could be the one.
Begging your pardons. Please do not think me strange for asking, but can you tell me if we are close to Selbina? Or perhaps Mhora? I fear I am hopelessly lost. Selbina? Mhora? Sorry dear, but you're on the eastern shore of Volbrand, eastern Lanacy to be precise. I take it you're the far eastern traveler that's been the talk of the taverns as of late? You've cut quite the warpath through Eorzea from what I've heard. Yes, I hail from the far east, but... Volbrand? Lanacy? I cannot recall such names. Though truth be told, I cannot recall much of anything since awakening in these strange surroundings. By Birgit's beard. You mean, you've lost your memory? I remember, my name is, Iroha. I am training in the way of the glaive, though I feel I am still a novice. Before awakening here, I was on a mission to... Forgive me. It is hard to make sense of what little I can recall. The only clear thoughts in my mind are of master, and a powerful technique I labor to perfect, Amatsu, Kiri. I am certain it is essential to completing my mission. Interesting you'd remember training above all else. Perhaps that's the key. If you continue to practice your master's teachings, it stands to reason other related memories might come back to you. Recalling my mission by first recalling master's teachings. Yes, that does seem plausible. I do not doubt many of the techniques I learned have a specific purpose. It would only be a matter of focusing on this particular one. This is the scoop I've been looking for. A Far Eastern warrior on a special mission? What if we're in danger? This isn't some fairy tale like Peter's story. People need to know. But she's no good to us if she can't remember anything. Help her so we can get to the bottom of this. Here, take this map before you go. Training won't do you any good if you get lost now, will it? Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Thank you. To journey alone in this strange land would be a trial all its own.
Skip the last little bit.
Might we explore the shore south of here? I recall mention that the beach was an excellent place for training. Something about the aquatic wildlife being suitable for sparring. If the creatures here are similar, I would like very much to try my hand against them. And I trust you'll ensure she has every opportunity to do so. Now, don't let me keep you. The sooner she remembers her mission, the better. When she's had her fill of combating critters along the coast, perhaps you should rest in Limsa where it's safer. Bulwark Hall should do nicely. It's the first place she'll see after coming through the gates.
Okay. Participate in the fate, our favorite pastime. Okay, to assist with Iroha's training. And that fate is apparently supposed to spawn here, I guess. Hmm. honestly kind of hate it when the game is just like, oh yeah, in order to do this quest, you need to do fates. Like, great. I hope the fate spawns often. Because otherwise it would be kind of annoying. Let's see, we currently have 4 fates that are spawned. I don't remember if there's a... It's 4 or 5. That's the limit in Eastern Lunacy. It's like each fate basically has like a... Or each area seems to have a limit on how many fates can be spawned at once.
This beach is somehow familiar.
Oh.
But there is no time for talk. The crabs come.
It's just kill crabs.
I am reminded of a tale from long ago. Of fledgling adventurers who would fight crabs like these to better themselves. I pray our training is as successful as theirs was.
Just need to make sure that she doesn't die. I'm basically just gonna keep fighting with against the things that she's fighting, just to ensure that she doesn't die. Almost all the crabs are dead that we need to kill. Just need like one seems. There we go.
I believe that will suffice for now.
Okay, apparently we got a
Fighting
strange
alongside
stone.
such a seasoned warrior has been educational.
Slightly luminous stone of
I am
unknown
grateful
origin.
that you chose to accompany
May
me.
have some connection to Iroha's lost memories. Okay. And to go this way.
Training at the beach was invigorating. It has been too long since I enjoyed such sport, fighting alongside one so well versed in the arts of war. I would like to think I improved my form by following your example. At first I doubted crabs would be suitable for practice, but I was quite wrong. Testing my strength against their hardened shells, swing after swing, over and over again. I could easily spend days or even weeks at a time battling them. If only I could remember who suggested this training regimen.
What? Shiva got the Lalafell? I'm getting her
Oh
name
my,
right now.
what a peculiar stone. I sense something within it. Something familiar. Something dark.
What?
A grueling battle in the cold against evil made manifest. A lord of shadows, long dead yet somehow resurrected. The fate of the realm hanging in the balance. I remember. And yet, I am not convinced these visions relate to my mission. Why would Master entrust me with the means to slay such a foe? The answers must lie within my memories. They have to. All the more reason I must hurry to complete my training, and perfect Amatsu, Kiri. While waiting for your arrival, I asked a couple of travelers from Gridaniat, I think, where I might find creatures of a more dark and unusual nature. They told me of a place called Hawk Manor. A cursed estate whose grounds play host to various sorts of hellish monsters. These creatures sound like promising opponents, full of the fury and cunning I would expect in a true battle. Now then, let us be off. When we are finished, we can meet in the nearby town.
Okay, so I guess off to Hawk Manor. Yep, Way of the Samurai is the one we need to do over here. I wouldn't be surprised if we also get sent to Thenelin at some point after this. Okay, and the fate is not currently up. Hopefully it doesn't take too long for it to spawn. I think these were the people that were also at the other fate, so I guess they're just waiting as well. I remember this guy. Don't really remember this person though. Just gotta wait for this damn fate to spawn, I guess. I guess I could maybe do a bit of that crafting that I've done before, if I wanted to. That person with a chocobo out over there. Could also just be, I don't know, a... Oh, yep, it was. It was a person with a chocobo. Because that person is just bored. They're just killing things. Come on, Jane, just spawn the fate, please. Should just grab some more of these stones. Just like the time, like use the time for something. Like I might as well just do something while we wait. Instead of just sitting here doing absolutely jack shit. Guess right now, currently 4 people looking for the fate to spawn. I don't know what the hell that person is doing. We'll just keep on doing this until the fate spawns. Wondering how many fates are currently up right now. There are 3 fates. There is a chance that this one would spawn. There's only one of the people left. It's probably the Dragoon that left. Let's see, that one is about to finish that fate. And those two still have like 10 and 14 minutes left. That one has 6. Go to lava. Oh, there she is.
Tis as if the very air is tainted by darkness. Minions of the Shadow Lord? From whence did they come? These demons. They call to mind another old story. To surpass his limits, a great samurai once fought such fiends. Perhaps by defeating these demons I can do the same.
Guess once this one dies, that'll be it. Yep, and
It would seem
just
we
need
have driven them
to
back.
Danya.
Alas, I could scarcely match your pace. This will not do.
Okay. Where is she in New Gridania? this way. Looks like a bunch of us are just running towards her right now.
Thank you for once again aiding in my training. To witness such majesty and grace on the battlefield is truly inspiring. It served as a wonderful lesson in combat.
Okay, another one of those.
Oh. You have found yet another strange stone. Yes, it radiates with a warmth much like the last, but the color is... wait. Do you hear that? A long and arduous journey together with a young girl. This vision is not what I expected. We fought many battles together. And we were not alone. No, I dare say our comrades were well beyond counting. But what business would I, a lowly student, have undertaking such missions? I cannot make sense of it. Still, I must thank you for this. Before meeting you, I was hopelessly lost. Smothered by a fog of fear and uncertainty. But now I have your light to guide me. You have brought me yet another step closer to completing my training and unlocking the memories still dormant within me. After speaking with a few of the patrons here before you arrived, I believe I found the perfect place to continue honing my skills, the Segolii Desert. If what I was told is true, a creature of unspeakable terror roams the sands. They say its strength is impossible to gauge, as no one lives to tell of its great might. But together, I believe we can lay the beast low. When we have finished, we can take a hard-earned rest in Ul'dah.
Okay, so off to Southern Thalen. Go off to Forgotten Springs. And let's see, has it spawned? Yep, that one is in fact going already. It's only been going for a little bit of time. Oh, I'm kind of thinking maybe I want to go Bard for this one. Almost dead. Okay, and we got another.
To think that we managed to defeat such a foe. And yet, I find that there is something within me still wanting.
There's your stuff, Julda. Oh, why am I yawning now? I could just teleport it over to quicksand now that we do it.
There are no words to express my gratitude for your assistance. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine confronting the legendary circuit. If not for you, I would be but one of the countless victims who succumbed to its poisonous sting. Another stone. Yes, it comes to me now. A mortal struggle. Forbidden magics uttered in a final bid for salvation. It all makes sense now. The pitched battles, the arduous journeys, the fellowship of adventurers, it was not my life that I recalled, but rather, the tales of a great hero I mistook as myself. I suspected such feats were too extraordinary to be my own, and the memories held within this stone have removed all doubt. They were of a journey into the past, one that revealed a horrible truth I dare not repeat aloud. And I remember my home, Vanadile. It is not some territory or continent, but an entirely different world. My true memories return to me now, and it is all thanks to you. More importantly, I believe I now understand how to wield a Matsu, Kiri. It should not be long before my path home is clear to me as well. But first, I must see my training to its completion. While waiting here, I heard unsettling stories of a foul beast terrorizing Bronze Lake. This is the perfect opportunity to put into practice everything I have learned. Today is the day I wield the power of a Matsu, Kiri. After this last endeavor, let us meet in Limsa.
Okay. That's Bronze Lake. And to defeat the key to Amatsu Kyori. Alright. And the fate is not up currently. Might as well just this one. Just to make it so that it doesn't end up overlapping with this thing. Oh, and
Come, Shauna. It begins.
it's going down really fast unless it has a second phase. Okay, that was apparently
At
all.
last, my training is complete. And it is all thanks to you. You were always there to keep me on the path. I would speak with you more, but not here. Let us make for Limsa.
Oh, let's hold another one of those coats. Basically, remove this. Basically, just one of these that I've been selling. Let's see.
At last, the power of Amatsu, Kiri is mine to command, and my memories are slowly but surely returning. None of this would have been possible if not for your unwavering guidance. To think I could have forgotten a mission so vital. My resolve was unyielding, my mind focused on the task before me. In the end, I fear I may have jeopardized all I hold dear. As I told you earlier, my home is, or rather, was, a world known as Vanadile. Try as we might, its destruction could not be forestalled. But fate saw fit to give me one last chance. I was allowed to travel back in time, to escape to the past before the darkness had consumed all. Together with the heroes of the past, I knew that tragedy could be averted, just as it had been so many times before. Master was the greatest of them all. A hero without equal, whose grand adventures I mistook as my own memories. I cannot help but feel I am still forgetting something else important, something that happened to Master. I suppose in time it will come to me. Before I leave, might we go and speak with Rimomu? If not for her insistence, I would have been bereft of your assistance. It would be rude not to extend my thanks to her as well.
Okay. And I'm guessing she is up at the bar. The drowning wench. At least that's what I'm assuming. Yep.
Iroha told me the good news. Her memory is, for the most part, restored. Perhaps more importantly, her training is complete. If you hadn't come with me to Costa del Sol, I dare say she'd still be swinging at crabs along the beach. Now that I have you here, I'd very much like to talk to you about my store, about what you were doing before we arrived. How exactly did you come to be here in Eorzea? And you say you went back in time, trying to save your world? Yes, you have the right of it. No life was spared by the darkness. None save for mine, that is. Fate intervened and I was sent back to the past, to a time where I could find heroes capable of saving Vanadile. That is how I was reunited with Master, although at a much earlier time than I anticipated. The last thing I remember is a fierce battle and a strange light. When next I awoke, I was here. To be torn away from Master when I was needed most, my heart feels like it may burst. How awful. You were close, then? Master was like family to me, and an exceptional warrior besides. I've spent my entire life striving to become such a hero, and live up to the legends I so fondly remember.
Okay.
It all began with a stone, or so the story goes. In ages past, a sentient jewel, enormous and beautiful, banished the darkness. Its light filled the world with life and brought forth mighty gods. The world entered an age of bliss. That is, until the gods fell into slumber. That world is my home, Vanadile. It was home to three great nations, the Kingdom of Sandioria, the Republic of Bastok, and the Federation of Windurst. Powerful as they were, though, in times of strife, they would turn to a single hero, my master.
Okay, now to sure, was it Final Fantasy XI? Yep.
Be it a demon of rage seeking vengeance, or a spiteful god our destruction, Master was always there to pull us back from the brink of oblivion. So long as there is light and life in the world, the legend of Vanadile's greatest hero will live on. There is little wonder these stories were the first to spring back to my mind. I have all but memorized them. But no matter how many times I asked, you would always. Oh. Please excuse me. For a moment, when I looked at you, something in your eyes reminded me of Master and I. Don't worry yourself over it. I imagine our friend here often has that effect on people. I realize how ridiculous this seems. Anyone in their right mind would think it's some fanciful dream. But for me, this world is the dream, and now it is time to awaken. When next I open my eyes I will be home, in Vanadile, once more at Master's side. This may be just a dream, but it is one I shall never forget. Thank you, for everything. It would seem, I am not yet ready to return. Is this, perhaps, the will of the goddess? If it is by her will, then so it shall be. I vow to work hard every day, to become a warrior worthy of your teachings. Then, when the time comes, we shall meet again. Here, in Eorzea, or perhaps in the waking world. There goes the greatest story I'll never get to write. An adventurer from another world, traveling back in time to save her people. Who's going to believe such a silly tale? I'll leave the flights of fancy to Peter. But for her sake, I hope she finds her way home, wherever that may be.
Okay, how was that event? Heaven 11. Oh well, that was the event. So let's see, we still have like an hour and 45 minutes left before we hit the 6-hour mark. Let's see, what could I do? Notification, keep me saying while I to check what this is. Okay. Let's see. I kinda have an idea of. Oh yeah, I just remembered something I can do the Return to Evilus stuff that I still have left. After all, I have 2 quests there that I haven't done yet. It was also the main reason why I got like 3 high quality crafted foods that I need to make. So over here, up to the airship thingy up here.
Do you?
then it's the company bell. Bad taste.
Ah, fresh off your latest adventure, I suppose you are yearning for another quest. And, it just so happens I may have something that needs fetching.
Do not use the F word around me. But of course, I live to serve.
What?
This.
Fetching? Pa. I meant no offense. Well, this is most certainly not how that nice young reporter led me to believe you would react. Once you've calmed your nerves, feel free to stop by again. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
Ah, fresh off your Do you recall that wine my darling husband had you procure for him? You know, the one in the rose bottle? Well, he positively loved it. So much so, in fact, that he's become obsessed with the vintage and would like to ask of you another favor. Go on now. He's standing right yonder.
Okay. What do you want me to get? Please don't let it be a whole hassle to get this thing.
Shauna. Genemies told me of all your adventures. The Orbanay Monastery, the Necro Hall of Molonde, such fantastical sounding locales. Just don't ask me to spell them. Ah ha ha ha. Ah, yes. The Sudviand Ja. And what an amazing wine it was. I admit, before leaving Garlemald, I was worried the Outlands vintages would not agree with my palate, but oh, how I was wrong. Not only was the rose one of the best I've had during my time here, it is one of the best I've had, well, ever. I simply had to have more so. I went and purchased an entire crate of the stuff. Ah ha ha ha.
Okay.
And I gave him quite a deal, I might add. Which was not easy, seeing as there is great demand for bottles of Sudviand Ja throughout the 3 great continents.
Hancock. Hello there.
I shall reserve my judgment on the verity of Hancock's deal, but even were the price double, it would have been more than worth it. Fortunately, I recently sold an entire collection of my works to a little playhouse on Cogonadori, the Mujicosa, I believe they called themselves. These Hingan words leave my tongue in knots, and scored myself a tidy profit. The price of a single bottle more than a house in mist, you say? Ha! More than a birdhouse, I suppose. Oh, you were serious. Well, then, I can inform you that is most definitely not the case. Even during shortages, I've never had to ask more than, say, 20 or 30,000 gil a bottle. 40 if the buyer was wearing silks. You say Master Gajiraju provided you with this misinformation, did he? Why, the conniving devil. Well played, you lecherous Lalafell, you. I mean, that is terrible. What a terrible thing for him to do. Wait. Was that Dalmascan wine we procured for Master Gajiraju some moons ago in exchange for one of his bottles of Sudviand Ja? Do I, want to know about this, Hancock? Probably not, but I shall enlighten you anyway. It sounds like you and Hancock make quite the cunning devils, Shauna. Still, I do feel somewhat responsible for this whole mess. As an apology, might I offer you a bottle of vintage Sudviand Ja? No, of course not. Ahem. Then, what would you say to a bottle of Dalmascan? You could exchange it with the bottle you gave this Master Gajiraju and absolve yourself of all wrongdoing and whatnot. Now you are probably wondering where one might find a bottle of genuine Dalmascan Red, considering the hells you had to negotiate simply to find an empty bottle. Well that, my distrustful friend, is where Hancock comes in. I do? Oh, yes, ahem, I do. And I just so happen to have a bottle of Dalmascan wine on my person this very moment. 3, in fact.
Really?
And why do I carry bottles of the rarest wine in Uthard on my person, you ask? I, am not at liberty to say.
Gotta tell me why.
If you must know, I acquired them from one of my acquaintances in Rabanastra. Bah. All right. I purchased them from Lady Fran.
Who? Exactly?
Is this all what I think it is?
Oh, Lady Fran, her. Okay, now it makes more sense.
Enough Dalmascan red to keep a Bangay happy for a long time. Amongst the royal sommeliers there was a Viero like Lady Fran. When word came the Garleans were approaching, she ordered the entirety of the royal palace's cellars delivered here where they'd be safe from the empire. Seeing as the situation with the palace is what it is, I don't believe anyone would mind Lente's tears using the wine to, say, fill the resistance's coffers. So, what is your offer? If this many bottles were to make it to market, the price would fall like a furball from an oak. I would be ruined. And here I thought they said you were a shrewd one. Now if it were I to acquire this much wine, I reckon I would only release a few bottles at a time to ensure, what would you call it? Maximum profits? Renoke, there's no need to be rude to our guest. You told me before that the East Aldnard Trading Company could not provide the Dalmascan resistance with aid as it would not be good for business. So, I offer you something that will. Do you accept? Not that it transpired anything like that, mind you. Ahem. So, would you care to purchase a bottle? I jest. Now take a bottle and consider it my Oppo Apollo Polo, ahem. And consider it the last you'll get from me.
He can't see it. Apparently he can't say apology, I guess.
Take 2 bottles. All 3. Enough,
Yeah.
Shauna. Poor Hancock looks as if he has lost his mistress to a morble. 3 bottles is more than fair to see your wounded honor restored.
Okay.
Think of it this way, Shauna. If you hadn't saved the world from Ultima's bane, the High Seraph would most definitely have destroyed all that wine in the monastery simply out of spite. Meaning, you're entitled to at least those 3. And, if you so desire, you can take one of those bottles back to Costa del Sol and set things right. Though, something tells me Master Gageraju won't take kindly to you waltzing into his manor and demanding he exchange bottles for no apparent reason. Perhaps you might enlist the aid of that vintner from Wineport. What was his name again? Shamwo, Shaman, Shamani. Shamani Lomani.
Head to Wineport. Okay, and
Wait, did you just say you have in your possession a bottle of genuine Dalmascan red? By the 12, wherever did you find it? Amazing. Simply amazing. And is it safe to assume you are here to right a past wrong, one involving a fancy bottle full of falsehoods and fabrications? Well, I am more than willing to help you sort out this sordid mess. If I had said something back when I learned you would be trading a bottle of Valens for mere Sudviandja, none of us would be in this position in the first place. I shall accompany you to Master Gageraj's seaside manor and explain to the man that the bottle you gave him had not been stored properly, and that we have come to exchange it with one that has. he is certain to believe the claim coming from me, his most trusted supplier.
Okay. Oh, let me just get a straight up cutscene. Was doing that, I guess.
Spoiled. Chamonix. I am shocked to hear that such a careless mistake was made on your watch. My deepest apologies, Master Gaijiraju. I was not made aware of the error until recently, and have since been seeking to procure a replacement, the one I come bearing today. Would you care to partake in its aroma? I find you will recognize hints of kukuru, cinnamon, and, if you hold the goblet at just the right angle, freshly cut rosemary. A veritable kaleidoscope of both opulence and refinement, if I do say so. Without question, this bottle most certainly contains none other than Dalmascan Valens. I shall be the judge of that. MRMMM, yes. A florid banquet of wooden distinctions, hunkered beneath a rhapsodic veil of undertones, and, what you said.
He doesn't understand wine at all.
Yes, this is, without doubt, a vintage Le Monde. I accept your apology and will allow the exchange. You too. Fetch me the bottle, now. Again, my apologies, Master Gaijiraju. I shall endeavor to prevent any similar oversights in the future. You have my word. Yes, yes. But may I ask, what, exactly, are your plans for that bottle? This. Why, dispose of it, of course. It is far too foul to even flavor a stew. Then you wouldn't mind if I kept it, would you? Kept it? But why? Why do you think? There is coin to be made. A little wax about the top and I can convince my fool colleagues back in Ulda that this is an authentic, sealed bottle of Dalmascan Red. And once the bidding ends, I'll have enough for another wing to my manor here.
Jesus.
Master Gaijiraju, knowingly presenting someone with a bottle of wine understood to be of inferior quality. That would be. I could never allow such a thing.
What the hell is happening?
Never.
Is there fucking like wind
What's
appearing
one
around
little
them?
bottle? I'll even give you a cut of the profits. A small cut. I said. Never. And I said, ah. Now look what you've done. Ladies, hurry and collect those pieces. I have some animal glue in the bungalow.
The fucking stare from them.
And, a good day to you, too.
God, that's so fucking... I did not expect a, like, overly animated cutscene during this.
All's well that ends well, I suppose. The important thing is that we exchanged the bottles. Now, as to how this is all going to affect my future dealings with Master Gaijiraju, you let me worry about that. What's this? A second bottle of Limonde? For me? You know I cannot accept such a gift. There are literally thousands more where this came from. Well, if that is the case, I suppose I can.
Taken from the cache stored in the Arbonne monastery and discovered by the Damascus resistance group, Lentes Tears.
Thank you again for the wonderful gift. As a distributor of fine wines, rarely am I allowed the luxury of partaking in mine own supply. I shall truly enjoy this exception. Perhaps I will even allow old Berglaine to glass. Half a glass. Here's to hoping it will inspire his winery to even greater heights. Is that another bottle I see there sticking its cork from your pack? Gods, those things truly are bottomless, aren't they? Well, as happy as I would be to take it off your hands, I believe there is another far more deserving than I. You'll find poor Dreist where he always is.
Okay. Down to him then, and deliver that bottle. Okay. Okay, we're almost there. Get there dressed.
Why have you come back? There is nothing for you here. There is nothing for any of us. That bottle. Where did you, the scent? Home.
You go.
I'm sorry. I don't deserve this. 'Twas my wife. My wife who, always saved the corks. Do you think she'd forgive me? If I told her I wasn't coming back? Would my brothers in arms? Would they allow me this respite? Maybe it is time I asked them. They'll all be here soon. Just like they are every night. But tonight, I'll have brought them something. Thank you, friend. Thank you.
Okay, and return to the Prima Vista. Go back to the gun. And then I should be able to exit the last quest from either the lady that I talked to before or from Dramaturge. Where I just have to like deliver the food that I've collected. It's basically just the what is it? Grilled turban, tempura platter, and takoyaki. 3 of each, high quality. That I need to deliver.
Do you
You're back. And, far quicker than last time. Everything off with nary a hitch then, I presume. That is truly wonderful to hear, and I'm not simply saying that because there's been this nagging in my gut that's followed me since I asked you to fetch me some wine that fateful day. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. I've been told you adventuring types FET, collect them, as well.
Okay, lift to serve. See what we just got. Lady of the Fetch. What we got? And apparently we've also got a Cooking Plus thing for that one. I guess that is the Return to Ilias one we unlocked.
I run. Was there?
And talk to you. It is the company bell I want to talk to. Walk on by. We're gonna get 5 cracked crystals and some Demi Matter.
Now that old Genovese has finally discontinued his jolly junkets into the untamed wild, he is once more committed to the company. I venture we have you to thank for that. And so to show our gratitude, my husband would like to offer you further opportunity for employment. Isn't that thoughtful of him?
Great!
Shauna. Did I ever tell you how much I adore the city? It's simply so exotic. And the cuisine. Oh, the cuisine. I've never experienced so many flavors in my mouth at once. Why, just the other day, I was given a jug of the most wonderful rice wine by the lad from the Mujakosa who purchased my collection of past works. Can you believe it? Wine, made of rice, of all things. What will they think of next? Ah, but I suppose you're wondering why I had my darling summon you over. Well, it's this wine. While absolutely delightful, none of the nibbles I usually take with my traditional reds and whites pair well with the stuff. And so, once again, I require your help. The kind woman who operates the shuttle to the Prima Vista tells me if I am to eat like a true Hingan, then I should start with grilled turban, tempura, and some ridiculous thing called takoyaki. I believe 3 of each should suffice. And as always, only the best of the best.
And I've been running around with that in my backpack like days now.
3 servings of grilled turban, tempura, and takoyaki, and nothing like that you'd find at a corner stall. I expect only the finest. I never doubted you, Shauna. My darling, she may have doubted you, but me? Never. You have quite a knack for this line of work. Now, let the festivities begin. Here is your reward. Please see yourself out.
Okay. That is everything related to Returns of Illness stuff that I can do. Let's see. What else could I potentially do? Let's see here. Does the Wandering Minstrel have anything new for me to unlock?
Something heroic this week. In case you weren't aware, those songs I composed of your earlier exploits have been adapted for the stage, and they have proven tremendously popular here at the Mujakosa. While the work is its own reward, 'tis the smile upon the faces of the audience that we artists live for.
Okay, nothing new from him. I don't really think I have that many things left to do right now. I guess there is something that I could maybe do. Let me see here. What is that called? Oh, I search for this. Custom deliveries. That's the thing. Let's see here. I basically have the ability to essentially unlock the another person that I can deliver custom deliveries to. The thing is just I need to basically complete some other quests first. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, I think I found the quest line of sorts. Alright, I think I found it. So in order to basically do that or unlock that, I need to go to Tamamizu and find Kurenai, the Aura, like I think it was Aura Princess, that is over here in the Suinosato, and do the Fathoms Below quest. Basically to do her quest line, and that will eventually, once I've done enough quests, I should unlock a new person for custom deliveries. I don't know exactly how long it's gonna take, but might as well just do it, I guess. So, Renai. Fathoms Below. So this one apparently is really quick, it seems. At least in terms of like just steps, I just need to talk to, or apparently 2 places.
The hour of truth is upon us, yet I am just unsure of where to begin.
Okay, so from what I remember, we had to go to the palace. I'm forgetting what it's called now, but we had to go to a palace in order to basically defeat something, in order to save her sister, who is like the ruler of this place, I believe. Something like that, and if something wasn't done about her, the entire, like, I think this entire place would like be popped like the bubble, and everything would be destroyed or something. I don't remember the exact details, but it was something like that.
The Ruby Princess, who quietly slumbers on, she. Perhaps this will be easier to explain if you could look upon her as I speak. Please, follow me.
Okay.
Shiosai will be bringing her out shortly. He should be but a few moments longer.
Okay, cutscene.
Oh, Hiswai, why do you refuse to open your eyes? Shauna, there is something you must know. I am not the Ruby Princess's younger sister. In fact, she has no sister.
Okay.
I am the Ruby Princess, ruler of Suinosato.
Oh.
The slumbering girl before you goes by the name of Hiswai, and is my dearest friend. We have known one another since childhood.
Your Grace, I am entirely to blame. Had I been more prepared, more aware, Lady Hiswai would not be in this sorry state. You see, a few days ago we received visitors from the outside. They had come to perform a court ritual. To protect the Ruby Princess from any potential dangers, we decided to conceal her true identity. I had her lady-in-waiting, Hiswai, take her place. As she and Her Highness bear a great resemblance to each other, something owing to the fact that they are distant blood relatives, I was confident no one would notice the switch. I was right. That is why, when proceedings commenced, it was Lady Hiswai who became possessed by the terrible fiend they summoned, and now, well, you can see for yourself what has become of her. To mitigate such disaster, severe restrictions on who can enter and exit Shisui of the Violet Tides have always been in place. In fact, even the Ruby Princess is forbidden by law to leave its gates. When wraith after wraith began appearing, however, I was left with little choice. I whisked Her Highness away to the village and had her pretend to be the Ruby Princess's sister, Kurane.
Kurane. That was the name I had before my mother passed away, and I assumed the title of Ruby Princess. It was also the name Hiswai would call me by growing up. For as far back as I can remember, she was there for me, from the best of times to the worst of times. All the laughter and tears we shared. Hisui, is this truly where it ends?
Forgive me, Your Grace. This is my fault. If only there was a way I could go back and prevent all this.
Shiosai, there is nothing to forgive. None of us could have predicted this would happen. You are no more to blame for what has happened than I am. Shauna, now you know everything. I hope you do not think any less of me for my lie. Now that everything here has been settled, I shall be departing from Sui no Sato. The cure to Hisui's condition can only be found above. I know this because, as Ruby Princess, it was my duty to study all the available writings at the palace.
Very well, Your Grace. Where would you have us go?
No, Shiosai. I shall be embarking upon this quest on my own. You will be staying here. The people need you to protect them in my absence.
Her Grace has made it clear she would have me remain behind. Mistress Shauna, might you accompany her in my stead?
Sure.
While Lady Hisui's body remains, her soul has long departed. I fear that no amount of rest or magics can cure her. I can only hope that in traveling with you, it will make it easier for Her Grace to come to terms with the tragic fate of her friend. Until such a time she must face this truth, however, I ask, nay, beg, that you keep her safe.
Okay, and speak with Kurenai.
You are offering to accompany me on my travels? That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you. I shall give you some time to prepare before leaving Sui no Sato. Please come find me as soon as you are ready to go.
Okay, and I'm just gonna go with materia. Okay, part of your world.
You are ready to depart? Excellent. Let us make for Onokoro. I believe we will best be served by beginning our search there. You see, while we have next to no contact with the outside world, we do receive the occasional visit from the Kojin of the Blue. During one such visit, I was given a tome filled with fairy tales. It was old, worn, and, from what I am given to understand, written in Kyogani. In it was a story about a fisherman who sailed the Ruby Sea. While traveling, he came across a princess who had fallen into a years-long slumber. She was eventually awakened upon taking an elixir of some sort. What intrigues me, however, is the fact that many of the places this fisherman visited exist in the real world. It makes me wonder if, perhaps, this story is rooted in reality. The tale begins in Onokoro. I trust you will escort me there? Thank you. Now, let us depart without any further ado.
Okay. Off to Onokoro then. I'm just gonna fly or teleport. Don't feel like going through the water just to get up there and then fly all the way up there. It's a little bit faster to just spend 100 gil.
So this is Onokoro. It is a lovely place. The people here are incredibly warm. Take this gentleman, for example. As soon as I set foot on the island, he offered to take me on a tour.
What are you looking at?
Get lost.
Get lost? Why don't you get lost? Wait a minute. I know you. My comrades talk about you all the time. My apologies, madam. I was only just joking with you, of course. One can never have enough rich or powerful friends. That is why I approached your young charge. Figured if I helped her now, she'd someday return the favor, should I ever need it. So what brings you to our island? You are looking to learn more about a fairy tale? I know nothing of fairies or tales, but mayhap I can direct you to someone who does. There is a fisherman who visits us once a year to hunt for treasure. Some of the men here say he is as old as the seas themselves. I reckon he, of anyone, would be able to tell you your story. Luckily for you, he just arrived the other day. You should be able to find him at the Quickscape Pier.
Thank you for your assistance, sir. We will go speak with him right now.
Not to worry, little lady. Just be sure to remember my name and pay me back when the time comes.
Shauna, did the kind gentleman ever give us his name?
Nope.
Without a name, I am afraid I will be unable to send him payment for his help. 'Tis terribly unfortunate, but there is little that can be done. Now let us promptly make for Quickscape Pier. We do not want to miss the fisherman.
Okay. And I can see it's on the other side of the... Yep, on the completely other side. So, down there it seems. Yep, Lily Fisherman.
Hello there. Is there something you need? The Tale of the Fisherman and the Ruby Sea. Ah, yes, indeed. It has been a long time since I heard that one. I believe it was my great-grandfather who told me. Or perhaps, my great-great-grandfather. Or perhaps my...
Doesn't matter who you heard it from, just tell us the story already. That's all good and well, sir. But please just tell us the story. Let's be not extreme, like rude. Let's be polite.
Ah, yes. My apologies. Let us see if I can remember how it went.
Oh, I very much hope you have not forgotten it. We might never know the whole tale if you have. The tome I received as a child was so tattered, I could only read bits and pieces of the story.
I recall now. Once upon a time, there was a fisherman on the island of Onokoro who saved a Kojin of the blue from the maws of a terrible beast. As thanks, the Kojin offered him a vial of liquid. When taken, it would allow the fisherman to plunge into the far depths of the ocean without drowning. It was there that their journey together began. They visited temples, palaces, and villages under the sea. They met all manner of men, women, and creatures, including a beautiful princess, who had fallen into a deep, deep slumber. According to her people, she had been like that for years. Hearing this, the Kojin pulled out another vial containing an ancient Tamamizu potion, which had been passed down to him from his great-grandfather. Or perhaps his great-great-grandfather, ahem. To continue with the story, upon being given this mixture, the princess was instantly awakened. The moment their eyes met, she and the fisherman fell in love. They were immediately wed in a palace at the bottom of the sea, where they lived happily ever after.
Thank you, sir, for taking the time to recount that regaling tale. It was truly enlightening. Shauna, from what we heard, I can only assume this story took place at Shisui of the Violet Tides. Perhaps we should return to Sui no Sato and see if we cannot dig up any mention of this incident. Again, thank you very much, sir. You are a man of great wisdom.
Okay. And we need to just go ahead and speak with Kurenai. Down at Suino Sato. It could, in theory, just teleport to Tamamizu and just go through, but I feel like it's probably just as fast to just go out this way and just go into the water from here. Okay, so let's see. Kurenai, you are still over here.
While I know little of what life is like on the surface, it seems to be a lovely place. The people are incredibly kind. I grew up listening to stories of how pirates would slit your throat the first chance they got, but those on Onokoro seemed rather cordial. Though perhaps I have your presence, in part, to thank for that. Shiosai shall be joining us shortly. Most stories in Sui no Sato are passed down orally. He should be able to tell us if any of our own stories match the tale the fisherman recounted for us.
A tale in which an iron fisherman and a princess were brought together by a kojin and wed in a palace under the sea?
It sounds almost as if it is a story about Shisui of the Violet Tides. Though, the part about the ruby princess marrying a Ire might be something of an embellishment.
To the contrary, Your Grace. I believe generations back, a ruby princess and an iron man were once joined in holy matrimony. The son they bore was said to have had almost no scales. Until now, I had considered it to merely be a tall tale spun by the elders for their grandchildren. Yet, it is possible that the story is true.
Then there is a chance that the remedy also exists.
It is not impossible. Your Grace, I must apologize to you. If I were being completely honest, I thought all hope for Lady Hiswai's recovery was lost. What you tell me, however, has revived my hope. You are a born leader. Through your actions you have reversed all our fates.
That is incredibly kind of you to say, but without this wonderful lady beside me, we would never have come so far.
Indeed. Mistress Majula, please accept my deepest thanks. So long as you are here, I can rest knowing that Her Grace and our village will remain safe. Now, Your Grace, I suppose you are about to announce your intention to travel to where the Kojin of the Blue reside in search of this miracle cure? I wish you safe travels.
Shauna, at long last, I can see the light. Hiswai might finally be saved.
Nice. Alright. Next quest. The Elixir of Life.
Shauna, are you ready to go? Good. Then let us immediately set out for Tamamizu. While Sui no Sato has for the most part isolated itself from the rest of the world, we have had some little contact with the Kojin of the Blue. This, however, will be my first time visiting their village. You have been there before? Excellent. Then, you should be able to show me around.
Okay, off we go. And he is up here.
Tamamizu. It is not so different to that of our own village. Now, where should we begin our search for this ancient Kojin remedy?
We should ask some of our acquaintances for assistance or advice. We should find the Kojin who gave you the book of fairy tales. Acquaintances, I think.
While I have met some Kojin during their stay in our village, I am afraid I cannot recall who any of them are. Ah, but wait, perhaps I spoke too soon. The merchant who gave me the tome. If I am not mistaken, he goes by the name of Inban. Let us go search him out.
That is the guy with the book we need to find.
It has been many years, so it is difficult to be absolutely sure, but I think this is Master Inban, the merchant I told you about.
Inban. That is my name. Do we know each other from somewhere?
Does the name Kurenai ring a bell?
Kurane. Yes. I remember now. You are the little girl from the palace. People grow so fast, they do. You have changed so much, I scarcely recognize you.
Master Inban, I am glad to see you have not forgotten me. We have sought you out today to ask you something regarding the book of fairy tales you gave me long ago.
Ha ha ha. I remember that one. What would you like to know? You are looking to find a cure for your sleeping friend? A most noble cause, indeed. I am an avid collector of ancient tomes. In one of them is the exact remedy you speak of, an elixir that can wake those who have fallen into a deep slumber.
Truly? Then might you share with me the recipe, so I can recreate it?
The recipe should be easy to find, the necessary ingredients, on the other hand, not so much.
What do you mean?
To make this potion requires the shell of a bloated umami, a giant umami that has had over 100 years to mature. Decades have passed since one of these was last spotted. Your only hope now would be to capture a umami larva and wait 100 years for it to grow potent enough to make your cure.
No. That cannot be.
Find a bloated umami? Yes.
You are absolutely right. Just because none have been spotted in recent times does not mean none exist. If we search hard enough, we are certain to come across one.
Perhaps it is as you say, if you were to look hard enough, you will find one. If you are serious about this, I would suggest you begin your search in exile. It was formerly considered a prime hunting ground for these creatures. Kelp was often used to lure them out of hiding.
Then I shall go and gather some straight away.
Good. Gather the most succulent stalks you can find and take them into the cave. If any bloated umami are present, they will immediately be drawn to you. Or perhaps you should have this woman here take them. You appear to be as strong as our gatekeeper, you do. No doubt you will be able to make quick work of whatever appears.
Shauna, I shall meet you at exile in a bit, kelp in hand.
Okay. Need to go down to that cave. I think that's the cave that I usually use for the daily Stormblood hunts. It's quite often you basically get told that, hey, you need to kill some those like snail things, I guess, UMIs. And it's usually just like the website that I use in order to basically draw the fastest path to things. Usually points me towards this one. I believe this was also the place that I used. Maybe it was this one, or maybe it was that cave that I used to grind some levels with Blue Mage.
I made sure to collect the longest and most luscious stalks of kelp I could find. Here. The hunting grounds Master Inban mentioned are in the deep recesses of the cave just over there. From what I gathered, the bloated umami's great age is what allows them to accumulate an incredible amount of magic, most of which is concentrated in their shell. We can only hope that, should one be here, it will be tempted out of hiding by the sweet smell of its favorite food.
Okay. Use the kelp stalks to the designated location and slay the UMI. Nice, got the shell. And what does it say? It's the shell of a century-old UMI. Accumulated a prodigious amount of magic.
Shauna, Master Inban grew worried and kindly came to check upon us. Did you have any luck in the cave?
Yeah.
Is this what I think it is? You did it, Shauna. You have procured a bloated Umami shell, perhaps the very last one in existence, even.
So this is the shell rumored to be capable of curing any ailment. It looks nothing like that of a regular Umami. That you were able to find one so quickly makes me wonder if the bloated Umami is not as gone as we think. Mayhap they simply began burrowing deeper into the earth in response to our excessive hunting. I must make up for this grievous miscalculation. Please give me the shell. I shall make the remedy you seek and deliver it to Sui no Sato. It may take some time to prepare, but should be well worth the wait.
Thank you very much. Now Hiswai might finally be saved from eternal slumber.
Yes, off to Sui no Sato.
Shauna, once again, I am in your debt. Together let us return to Sui no Sato that we might share the story of your success with Shiosai.
Off we go. And we're also almost done with this. Most of the the remaining quests are basically just speak with the Kurenai, who is somewhere. I don't really know where exactly, but just talk to her.
Shiosai has been duly informed of all that happened. When I told him of how you slayed the bloated Umami, his eyes went wide and his mouth dropped. Ha ha ha. Rarely do I ever see him so surprised. Then again, he has every right to be. Your efforts have allowed Master Inban to set upon making a remedy that should, in theory, have been impossible to recreate. Which reminds me. I believe I owe you an apology. You were only to escort me to Tamamizu, but due to my own inability, you were forced to do so much more than that. Truly, I do not know what I would have done without you. In addition to saving my people, you have opened up my eyes to the world. Through you, I have come to learn so much. When I finally return to Shisui of the Violet Tides and reassume my role as the Ruby Princess, I shall look back fondly upon the memories we created together on this grand adventure. Until such a time that Hiswai awakens, however, I shall remain here. I sorely hope that you shall, too.
Okay, and grab that. Two princesses of Sui no Sato.
Shauna, Master Inban has yet to arrive with the elixir, but we must not allow ourselves to grow impatient. He will come to us as soon as it is ready. The longer we wait, however, the more I worry about Hiswai. Shiosai assures me she is doing well and that, thanks to one of our own ancient remedies, her bones and muscles remain strong. Even so, I feel compelled to confirm this with my own eyes. Let us go to her.
Okay.
I am having her brought from her room. It should not be much longer. Looking upon her, I am reminded of the ruby princess from the fairy tale. What causes you to continue sleeping, my friend?
Initially, I had feared the void scent that possessed her had driven her soul from her body. Now I suspect Hiswai's spirit has simply gone dormant. It is attempting to recuperate from the trauma it endured. Master Inban's elixir will likely restore what vitality has been lost. Indeed, that is correct.
He's here.
Master Inban.
I have brought the elixir. In the olden days, we would sprinkle this over the eggs that refused to hatch. It would serve to strengthen the soul of the Kojin within.
Sprinkle? Do you mean to say Hiswai does not need to drink this remedy to recover?
Drink it? There is no need for that. All we need do is pour this over your friend. Here. I made plenty.
And she's awake.
Hiswai. You are awake. Thank the kami, you are finally awake. I am sorry for everything. Princess. What are you talking about?
He has no idea what happened.
To think that you had to travel so far and overcome so many obstacles to save me. I know not how to thank you. Nay, 'tis I who must thank you. Think nothing of it, Princess. As your lady-in-waiting, it is my duty above all else to ensure that you are protected. Oh, Hiswai. Truly, I am blessed to have you in my life.
The girls, they are identical. I cannot, for the life of me, tell them apart. Indeed. There is a great resemblance. Mistress Majula, now that Lady Hiswai has awakened, her grace must return to the palace and resume her duties there at once. While I will ask that you say your farewells to her here, I do hope that this is not the last you will see of each other. I have watched her grace blossom into an intelligent and capable young lady under your care. It has made me think that being sequestered in a castle is not the best way to raise our rulers. You have saved us in more ways than I can count and taught us so much. Sui no Sato is forever changed because of you. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
So it is here that our grand adventure together draws to a close. I, however, would like to enjoy your company for just a bit longer. Please allow me to escort you to the gates.
Okay. What's up here too?
We must return to the palace soon. Were the people to learn that the Ruby Princess left the palace, we will risk losing their trust. I shall forever cherish my memories of our travels together. Whenever I look back upon them, they will fill my heart with a serene happiness. You came from afar and braved the depths of the sea all so that you might rescue a sleeping princess. The story has a familiar ring to it, does it not? Indeed. And just as with the tale of the fisherman, mayhap someone somewhere has recorded our story, too. Sadly, this is where I must part ways with you. It is time for me to return to the palace. Farewell, Shauna, farewell, Suino Sato, or rather, until next time. With me to take Her Highness' place while she is away, I do not imagine it should be too hard for her to sneak out whenever she pleases. Even Chiosai has difficulty telling us apart. All we need do is exchange clothes and no one will be any the wiser. To prove my point, here is a quick test for you. Look very closely and tell me, am I Kurane, or am I Hiswai?
Brunei.
Haha. If you thought you could tell us apart by our clothes, you were mistaken. Just earlier we swapped garb and I am, in fact, Hiswai. Despite the numerous journeys we embarked on together, it seems even you cannot tell us apart.
Thought maybe you could see like the horns maybe or something else, but nope.
Hiswai, let us leave it at that. I think perhaps we have teased Shauna enough for one day. Just as you have guessed, I am the real Kurane. You always were incredibly perceptive.
Okay, so I was actually correct then. I'm assuming that they could essentially just say whatever, considering the names. They could just be like, oh yeah, I'm actually Izui.
Now, truly, this is where I must leave you. Life is a long and winding journey, and I am certain our paths will cross once again in the future. Until then, I ask that you keep on smiling and maintain that wonderful disposition of yours. Fare thee well, my friend.
Okay. Okay, so where do I go for this quest then? Let's see. Okay, so I just did the two princesses, and I've done the quest None Forgotten, None Forsaken for yeah, I have done that. That was the one that basically gave me the custom deliveries for Nago. So I need to go and find Kojin Hirelings, who is in Kugane. Okay. And where are they? They are at 10.1 and 9.9. Seaweed is always greener, that's the one. And apparently I need to be a crafter or a gatherer. Seaweed is always greener.
Begging your pardons, madam, but you are an adventurer, are you not? I approach you on the off chance that you are acquainted with one of your distinguished fellows, a great hero by the name of Shauna Majula. What? You are none other than the legendary Shauna Majula, liberator of nations and scourge of the empire? How kind the kami are to guide your steps this way. I have been tasked with finding you, you see, by the lady-in-waiting of Sui no Sato. My blue brethren and I are assisting the good folk there in a certain endeavor, but they have been experiencing some difficulties. In seeking to address said difficulties, the lady-in-waiting wishes to entreat your aid. If you should be willing, I ask that you come to Tamamizu, where the lady awaits.
Okay. Tamamisu then. Speak with the lady in waiting. And it's Kurenai. There's also Sanana.
Shauna, I take it. You do have that heroic air about you. Shauna, you came. Deep in my heart I knew that you would, but I am no less glad for it. To spare you the confusion, it is I, Kurenai. As you will doubtless appreciate, 'twould not do for the Ruby Princess to be seen outside the palace, hence my current guise.
What brings you to Tamamisu? Or isn't this a little risky? What brings you to Tamamisu, I guess?
There is something that I wish to achieve, for which the Kojin's home is an ideal venue. As you well know, our people have long lived in isolation. I would change that. I would have us emerge into the outside world. How did I conceive of this, you may wonder. 'Twas none other than our journey together, Shauna, that sowed the seeds in my heart. Such things as I beheld and experienced. Even as they filled me with awe, they made me keenly aware of our own wants. In the past, Suino Sato engaged in limited trade with Doma, but that delicate tie was severed with the Empire's violent arrival. Nowadays, a handful of necessities from Tamamisu is our sole link to the world beyond. But with the Imperial menace driven from the Ruby Sea, I thought, what better time to venture out of our little bubble once more. However, 'tis far easier said than done. Princess or no, you can't just go and change things as you please. There are hard-headed types who'll fight tooth and nail to keep things as they are, and you've got to win them over, with a little help from this adventurer here. That's about the short of it. I have to say, it's nice to see an Eorzean face here at the bottom of the brine. Well met, adventurer. I'm Sanana, of the House of Splendors.
Oh no.
Permit me to introduce Sanana. She came to be with us after her ship foundered in a storm. Our people chanced to find her clinging to flotsam and brought her to Suino Sato. I'd be fish fodder if they didn't appear when they did. And so, to repay the debt, I'm helping Kurenai with her goal of opening Suino Sato to the world. Sanana's insights have been most enlightening. In seeking to usher in change, she recommends that we distribute among the citizens such articles from the surface as they will find useful in their daily lives. I had thought to make my case only with words, but indeed, a practical item in the hand shall prove far more convincing than any argument I could concoct. If our people are made to know the benefits of trade firsthand, they shall be more willing to embrace change. With no rituals of import requiring the Ruby Princess's presence in the near future, I came to Tamamisu some while ago to commence our efforts. Alas, I regret to say we've yet to make any progress. Owing to the shipwreck, I've got no suitable wares on hand. And while the Kojin have been helpful, we're struggling to procure the kind of items needed in Suino Sato. That was when my thoughts turned to you, my friend. As a well-traveled adventurer, I believed that we would benefit from your aid. And to my surprise and delight, not only was Sanana familiar with your name, she told me that you are possessed of skills that would indeed serve our cause. Anyone that's got anything to do with the house knows Shauna. She's one of the best contributors on our roster. Now, while we don't have ready wares, we did manage to salvage some materials to help you along. Naturally, we don't expect you to work for nothing. In the house fashion, there'll be scrips in it for your troubles. So, you will help, right?
Yep.
Look, I realize the house has a reputation, but we're not all ruthless, coin-hungry sorts. Not all of the time, anyway. At the end of the day we're just people, and like most people we can be driven by altruism. And make no mistake, Suino Sato needs help. Might be as the place prides itself on self-sufficiency, but the reality is grimmer than it seems. Every day, folk there are pushed to the limits of survival. And some of them, well, some of them don't make it. It's not our intent to turn Suinosato on its head, transform it into some bustling hub like Kyogani. But through trade, lives can be improved. Lives can be saved. You have our eternal gratitude. With the two of you standing with us, there is hope yet for our people. Well then, if it's decided, let's all get to work. Haste is of the essence, isn't that right? Indeed. This season sees many of us struck down by a certain illness. We have not an effective treatment, and each year it inevitably claims lives. While I'm no healer, judging by the symptoms, lack of nutrition's the problem. In which case, I might know something that can prevent it, a fortifying tonic traditionally brewed in Gyrobanya. Shauna, we would be grateful if you could begin by supplying us with this Gyrobanyan remedy. The people are depending on you.
That we have unlocked custom deliveries for Kurenai. Unfortunately, I don't think we can actually do any today. Let's see, what was this? It's just get satisfaction level 1 and we can get Kurenai's best friend. But yeah, I've already used all the custom deliveries for this week. Can't do anything with that. I think we can do glamours on Kurenai. We get her to the max rep. Interesting. Okay, so I can't. Oh wait, hold on. Oh. That's nice that they added her here. Then we basically have access to script exchange right next to Kurenai, because that's a problem that was like, is that going to be a problem? Not having any like vendors with that nearby, because I do remember that I usually get maxed out on quite craft scripts from those. What is it Kurenai actually wants? Let's see, 90, it's just 3 of these I guess, but we can't deliver any of them. There's also 3 of these that I could deliver, or 3 curefish. Yeah. That's gonna have to wait until next week before we can start working on that. So, what else could I do if there's even anything that I could do? Trying to think. Done Omega. That was basically the main thing I want to do today. We've done the current event, just so that's done. We unlocked Kurenai's custom deliveries. Let's see, I don't really think there's too many other things that I was thinking of possibly unlocking, unless... Let's see here, there is technically another one we could maybe unlock, but I don't know how long that's gonna take. Let's see. Okay, so let's see, I've done that quest. It's required to also get this quest. Let's see, there's that one, and okay, there's only 2 quests I need to do for that one. I guess I can do that. Okay, it's essentially just one more custom deliveries cards that we can get in with Stormblood, let's see. This one is at 33.3 and 27.1. And the Assam Steppe. Need to go, so 33. It was even in Reunion. Yep. Let's head there and find. What's his name? Darkhim Warrior. And the quest Purple Rain. Let's see. There it is.
Could I ask for your help? I have no one else to turn to. I have searched all over the Assam Steppe for one single flower. Someone told me that it was sold in Reunion, but I have had no luck here either. Could you search for this flower for me? It shall not be a dangerous task by any means. No, I should not lie, least of all to a visitor to our land. It will be a job fraught with peril. For the only way to obtain the flower I require is by slaying a purple. If you are willing to help, you should be able to find some north of here. Please, slay 3 of them and bring back their flowers.
Okay. So slay 3 purples and obtain their flowers. Nope. Then we just need to deliver that, apparently. Don't really see how this one ties into this custom delivery character. Oh, there's dragon dummies over there. I wonder if there's those there.
Were you able to get 3 of the flowers?
Yep. A foul-smelling herb.
Oh my, that stench. Quite ghastly indeed. I suppose I should tell you just why I needed these flowers. I belong to the Adarkim, the largest of the Zala tribes. Recent events have led to me being considered as a future Khan. The position brings with it much power and pleasures, but by the same token, it has given rise to bitter and bloody rivalries. My older brother was a candidate before me, but after no less than 8 attempts on his life, he vanished with nary a trace. In his absence, I have risen in the line of succession, meaning I am now the marked man. I did not ask for this. Alas, wishing that it were not so will not stay the daggers in the dark. That is why I sought out these foul-smelling flowers, to ward off would-be assassins. And thanks to your help, I may enjoy a moment's respite. In the meantime, I will set about finding a permanent solution to my problem. That is, finding my brother, Adkarak. Unless I do so, there will be no peace for me, save in death.
Okay, so what I need to do now is I need to head to Idleshire. Speak with King Lona. I think that's how it's pronounced. And I need to find a quest that's called what exactly? Between a rock and the hard place. See, they're at 5.7 and 6.9. Ah, there they are.
Well, if it ain't the dependable adventurer. I've heard about what you've done for Slow, and I want to express my gratitude. When last I spoke with the lass, she couldn't say enough good things about you. Truly, you've got a good heart beatin' in that breast, which is why I'm hopin' you could do me another favor. Do you know a fellow named Adgarak? Owner of the Hard Place? Even if you haven't spoken with him, you're bound to have seen him at the very least, by virtue of his unique attire. Something clearly weighs on his mind of late, and it ain't just the peculiar headpiece he wears. Why, even the piggy face seems to look downcast. Thinkin' to help out a fellow man, I went and asked what troubled him, but he wasn't minded to talk. Might be as it's because he regards the house as a competitor. Whatever his reasons, he refuses to open up to me, but I dare say you'll fare better. When you have a spare moment, I'd thank you to seek him out. See if you can coax out whatever it is that's both there in him.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken from what that guy we held before said, this is the brother, and it's the pighead guy here.
Well now, you certainly are not typical of our clientele. But if you are not here for our famous hospitality, what could you possibly be here for?
Shauna is here for you, Master Adgarak. Doubtless she heard your fussing and fretting from a malm away, and being the kindly soul that she is, she's come to check on you.
Slowy?
Isn't that right, Shauna?
Kind of.
Your concern is wholly misguided. Why would the proprietor of a wildly successful establishment such as mine have aught to worry about? Look into these eyes and tell me you see even a fleck of doubt?
Oh, this must be the parchment you were staring at so intently earlier. My, such a fine parchment it is. Much finer than anything Zlo has. These numbers in it don't look so fine, though. If I didn't know better, I'd say you're making a...
What are you? You shouldn't be.
massive loss? Is this true?
Ha 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 ha. The illustrious Adgarak, entrepreneur extraordinaire, making a loss. The mere suggestion is laughable. Oh, who am I fooling? Of late, adventurers have been flocking to the Far East. Idle shear is all but forgotten. Business has dried up, and the hard place is, ironically, in a hard place.
I wouldn't say complete idle share. I mean, there's still people coming around here, especially for Chloe's book.
You mustn't give up, Master Adgarak. If there's any ways Lo can help, just say so. For example, I can supply you with flatbread. They might be a little on the stale side, but a little staleness never killed anyone, at least not slow. But whatever happens, we can't allow the hard place to go out of business. If it does, what would happen to Menfina's arms and all the children she holds in her loving embrace? We must think of the children. Speaking of which, when did I feed them last? Was it yesterday? Or the day before?
God, Slowy.
Oh, but such minutiae as mealtime are of no consequence next to the threat of closure. We've been doing so well with Shauna's help. Slow can't bear the thought of having it all come undone now.
God damn it, Slow. What?
Please. I need a place to hide.
Oh dear. What's going on?
Whatever it is, my illustrious self cannot in good conscience turn away a damsel in distress. Quickly, my fair lady, don this.
Is it the pighead? Nope, it's another disguise, I guess.
I take it you're in charge of this place.
Else, some guys in like doors and guns and what the
We are
fuck?
searching for an Ishgardian woman, name of Melody. Have you seen her? I advise you to be truthful, else there will be repercussions. We know of no such woman. And even if we did, we are disinclined to cooperate with brutes who make threats. I advise you not to cause trouble in my establishment. Else you will have to answer to me, the illustrious Adkarak, and the battle-hardened botanist there. Point taken. Don't take it personally, Ed. We're just doing our jobs. We're done here.
Well, what a rude pair. And did you see their hair? Ridiculous, wasn't it? But what was I going to say? Oh, right. Why were they after you? First, allow me to thank you. As you may have gathered, I was, a maid. I served an Ishgardian nobleman, but he treated me most cruelly. Unable to bear the torment any longer, I chose to flee from his household. I had given little thought to what I would do after I had made good my escape, but I cannot well return to Ishgard. You have already done me a great kindness by harboring me, but will you not take me into your employ? I have nowhere else to turn, and I promise I shall work very hard.
I see. I should be glad to welcome you into the fold, but I will not lie, the business has seen better days, and you may well be boarding an airship that will go down in flames.
Oh, I have a plan. One that will change the fortunes of the hard place. Would you like to know what it is? But of course you do. So I will tell you right now. We create a new menu. Miss Melody, you are an Ishgardian and a maid. That's to say, an Ishgardian maid. Is Slow right to assume that you are familiar with your nation's cuisine? With your knowledge, you can help us introduce new dishes. You assume rightly, Mistress Slow. I am well acquainted with Ishgardian cuisine, be it that partaken by highborn or low. And I am pleased to say that I'm not without skill in the kitchen. I should be glad to assist in this endeavor. Did you hear that, Shauna? We have the knowledge and skill to prepare the dishes. The only things we're missing now are ingredients. And utensils. And cutlery. And possibly some other trifle that hasn't occurred to me yet. Anyway, being the resourceful adventurer you are, Slow has no doubt that you can supply all these things. If we can make the hard place thrive again, so too will the whole of Idleshire. That's a good thing, like pineapple pudding. Or juice. Both of which can be purchased with the scrips you can earn by contributing to this cause. I still need to ask Mistress Rowena about it, of course, but I'm sure she'll say yes. We were really good friends after all. As a matter of fact, Slow will go and speak with her right now.
Well, it appears that all has been decided for me. Spontaneously though it was conceived, young Slow's plan holds promise. Our success rides upon your ability to provide us with what we need, but Slow has placed her trust in you, and so shall I. I beg you, help us bring the hard place back from the brink. Lest you worry about recompense, if the house itself will be supporting the endeavor, you may be assured that your efforts will not go unrewarded. I, for my part, care not for profit, the house is welcome to everything so long as the hard place survives. Without further ado, then, let us set to work. Go forth, my friend, and bring us the Ishgardian culinary essentials we require.
Okay. Can't do anything with that either, because we don't have any custom deliveries we can do right now. Yeah. I guess, do you deliver it too? Yep, it's who I deliver things to. Now we have 4 different people that I can deliver things to. I think for the time being I'm just gonna focus on getting these 2 up to max, and then I can start splitting up the 12 deliveries that I can do between all of them, so that I can hopefully slowly get towards slowly being done and get started more on Nago for the achievements. I don't remember, is it under here that I would see that? Nope, was it crafting then? Was it items? which one? Where was that stuff again? Character. Quests. I can't find it right now, but there's basically like those quests where it's like, hey, complete X or deliver things to, for example, Slowy X amount of times. I can't remember where those achievements are right now, but yeah, you just need to like, I want to basically just try and get those at some point. Anyway, let's see, we have around 13 minutes left of the stream. I can't really get anything done in that amount of time, at least not anything big, so I think I might as well just start finding someone that I can host and just end the stream. Because, yeah, there isn't really a whole lot of stuff for me to do right now. Or there isn't really anything I can do at this point during the stream. So, let's see here. Who could I potentially raid? About you. How long have you been streaming for? 3.5 hours, and how long do you usually stream for again? Seems to depend a little bit, but Dead by Daylight streams are usually like 5 hours from you. So yeah, I think we're gonna raid Talgi. Just set up the command. Go. Alright, so next stream is most likely gonna be on Monday, because I'm kind of thinking of doing a little bit of changing, like a few changes with the streams like next week, in that I want to do basically a Yakuza 0 stream on basically Monday and Wednesday, kind of like I don't know, usually have done ish, but at the same time I also kind of want to make them slightly longer, so I can try and basically potentially during this week or this upcoming week finish up the game, because at this point I want to be done with Yakuza 0, to be completely honest. I have found, or I've done some of the completion list things for the casino. I basically found out that trying to get those things completed would take forever, but I found out a way to basically use Cheat Engine to just complete those objectives really easily. So I've been doing some of that at least. I can maybe also do that with, I'm thinking, things like pool and maybe Mahjong. I don't know. Like maybe do it with all the ones where it's like, hey, earn X amount of cash from these things. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure, but maybe. But yeah, basically, I know for a fact that tomorrow I'm just gonna be trying to get so many of the like tedious things that I want to get done. Try and do those, and then on Monday I'm planning on, I don't still need to figure out like when I want to start the stream, but I think like 6, maybe 8 hour stream. I just gotta need to figure out like when I basically do the stream. I don't know that yet. And I would have to like make sure that I have things prepped for like food in the evening. If it's like during the evening that I do the stream, I don't know yet. But yeah. But essentially during the stream I would just be doing like the usual stuff, so progress on what the hell is that called again? The Club Sunshine stuff I would want to basically progress with. Yeah, basically just finish that storyline, get the last skill for Majima, like the last fighting style, and then just do some more stuff with Majima, I guess. And yeah, just do as much as I can during the Monday stream, then hopefully finish up the rest of the stuff on Wednesday, and hopefully be done with Yakuza 0 on Wednesday. I guess we'll see. Still need to like see if I can do it, but I'll at least see if I can. I'll at least try, because it would be kind of nice if I could actually be done with Yakuza, because my god, do I want to start on some other games. Like, there are some games that I'm like, I really want to try and play those next, but I just can't, because I keep having like Yakuza sitting there being like, hey, you're not done with me yet. Like, fuck. But yeah, that's essentially the plan. So yeah, I guess I'll just be back on Monday unless something prevents me from doing that. And yeah, not much else really to say, so I guess I'm gonna go ahead and raid Tatalgi. And yeah, much else. So yeah, guess till next time, guys, I'll see ya.